We did leave on a cliffhanger. Oh, Lee, you had time to get all caught up, and you don't have to miss another session. Yay!
I know, right? So exciting.
Yeah. How'd that go? You all caught up?
I am all caught up.
Right.
Rohan seems a little bit fucked. I would also...
That's just every session, though. Come on.
Okay, particularly fucked.
Okay,
I would also like to submit...
1-3.
I would like to submit a formal request for more situations that allow Frey to be in his element. Because I severely enjoyed every single minute of Frey just doing his fortune-telling thing.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed every minute of Frey getting greased up by a grossman.
Please don't say greased up. Jesus.
God, yeah, no. Oh, Frey hated that. But no, I did also like getting to use his fortune-telling stuff more.
Yes.
Especially his fake fortune-telling stuff. That's just fun.
Yes.
God. That's what we need to do. We need to have him, like, get greased up and then do fortune-telling.
Oh, no! Oh, God.
Oh, I wanted to do,
Why
like,
is the
fortune-telling
grease
and
necessary?
have some ugly, like, some gross, greasy boy, like, grab his cards and get them all gross.
Ew. That would be
so
grounds
upset.
for murder.
Oh, he'd be so upset.
Oh, God. What a lovely, lovely day. What a lovely session. What a lovely... We're so back. Hopefully we're back for good. And we never miss another session. Cue a
Yay.
fucking
Play.
plane hitting my house
Forever.
30 days from now.
Oh, my God. No, don't jinx it.
Listen, I probably won't be here.
Get Donnie Darko, bitch. Oh, that was
why
just
you-
the engine.
Why you gotta be so toxic?
I learned it from you, Dad.
We're the same age!
We're not the same age. You're 32
Yeah,
right now.
you're
I'm
right,
only
and you're
31.
like 37, I know.
Okay, alright.
Listen, one of us complains about how, oh, I feel so old, and it ain't me.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I'm the one who does jumping jacks before every session.
How's that working out for you?
I still have way too much energy. So, anyway, after leaving Fortuny Sol and by ship reaching the kingdom, the Duchy of Vicania, some time in Milo Harbor, and then a journey up north following the Bellageur River, a stopover in Puentamen, and a interaction with a very unpleasant gentleman by the name of Osmond MacBraonan, who it turned out had less than kosher motives to work with the party. And then eventually the party being given the option to go chase after him by decree of Vicanian leadership. So your journey continued, and you made your way to Dulcery, where you found a strange and very dangerous umbral entity that was hunting at night. Hunting, killing, torturing. You'll never quite understand, but you dealt with it, but not without losses. But the town still thanked you and were very much willing to offer you a helpful assistant by the name of Bill Abney, a Ducal guardsman who was more than willing to accompany you on the rest of your journey, speak on your behalf, and make sure that you don't have any more confusion after MacBraonan assumed Rowan's identity. For the rest of your journey, it was smooth sailing. A lovely night at Fairy Key with some relaxation, and then your journey took you to Artaviste. And the party, along with their newfound gaggle of NPCs, Cassie, Julius, Henrietta, Molly, Roland, and William Abney all made their way to Artaviste, where things were less than simple, at least at first. But thankfully, Garrett being so well connected and his wife being on a warpath were able to get you in very quickly, where you learned the extent of the attacks and danger and confusion of what was happening. But that would be for later. For now, there was celebration to be had. A night of revelry, enjoyment, and, well, getting to understand the culture of Vicania and specifically Artaviste. And as you all navigated a party, found Garrett's old group of friends, and eventually wound down for an after party at a nearby lovely, lovely bar, the Royal Garden. A interesting opportunity presented itself. A gentleman by the name of Professor Bird asking for assistance, more than willing to help Rohan with his Lucian Ray problem. The cost, of course, is he wanted information from someone. He wanted Rohan to acquire it. He did not particularly care how, just that it gets done. So, while the rest of you relaxed, partied, and drank good ale, beer, mead, and anything else on the Duchy's tab, Rohan made his way far, far to the north, to the Glimmering Heights district, where you all didn't even think, and he hunted, stalked, invisibly waited. And then eventually, once one of Bird's colleagues, Professor Willis, waited and was finally alone, he turned to where Rohan was invisibly standing and asked him, "What exactly are you doing? Are you going to actually do this? What the hell's going on here?" Or at least in as many words. I don't remember the exact ones. So, we begin as we always do in these lovely moments. I ask unto you, Rohan, what are you doing?
I am grabbing the papers, not saying a word to this guy, and walking out.
I wasn't ready for that!
Because I think Rohan is very, like, suddenly in crisis mode, and he's like, okay, this guy clearly knows I'm here. I saw him talking to Bird, so maybe he's Bird's ally. If he's not, then this guy already knows I'm here. Like, if he's gonna rat on me, then, like, he's gonna do that regardless. Like, I can't stand here and talk to this guy. Maybe he's on my side. Either way, like,
all right,
me staying here is not helping.
So, you grab everything that
the
you have.
information I've gotten here is that this guy is, like, me waiting for this guy to leave is not useful, so I'm grabbing shit and going.
All right, everything that you have appraised as possibly relating to the information that Professor Bird wanted, you grab, and you just, like, book it out the back door?
Would I have to pass what's his face? The guy who left the room?
No.
Okay, then yeah, I'll book it out the back door.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. You spend a couple of quiet moments once you are out. You kind of, like, you know, have a second to recompose yourself and think about what just happened. A man staring you in the eyes while you're invisible. Probably one of the most uncomfortable things that Rohan could imagine. Lovely.
Absolutely.
Oh. What now?
Well, I'm immediately telling Garrett what just happened. Is Garrett still awake and everything? I think last
Oh yeah,
week-
we're all at the party.
They're winding down at the party at this point. It's been hours.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's
Yeah.
1, 2 in the morning. That party's winding down.
Yeah, I am relaying to Garrett, like, okay, bad thing just happened. I got all the stuff I was supposed to take. Some guy could see me while I was invisible, and he kind of called me out, but I think he was Bird's ally. He didn't rat on me to the guy I was stealing from, so I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I'm coming back. I have the stuff, and I guess maybe you want to take a look at it with me, and we can figure out what to do with it if we actually want to turn it over to the Lucian Ray guy, to Bird.
Sure, sounds good to me. You would hear the equivalent of drunken slurring to Garrett's thoughts because he is rather sloshed at this point from
Great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just like, honestly, I think Rohan's like, honestly, just as well. I feel like you would be either judging me or panicking if you weren't drunk, so I feel like this is probably just as well. Yeah, I'm gonna book it back to the places. I mean, I'm not like sprinting, but I'm heading back as quickly as possible.
All right. You, make your way back. You're heading to meet them at the Royal Garden or back to Garrett's house?
Back to Garrett's house. I don't think
Okay.
I should show up with a bunch of stolen contraband. In
Listen,
my hands.
it's just a few journals and books and large scrolls that are mostly wrapped and not really torn that much.
Yeah,
with
I
some
mean, if somebody's
fresh ink
like,
on
"What
them.
are those?" then you know,
You're like,
It's
I
like,
don't know.
yeah,
what are those?
great. Yeah.
All right. So,
Back to Garrett's place.
and was there anything else that the rest of you wanted to do with the evening, as it was already sort of winding down at the end of last session?
Not
Just we were getting
particularly. Are we still throwing what's his name in a pond? Or
Maybe a really shallow one? Not that shallow?
Oh, he's out of it. You might have to raid check that one. I guess that would depend on
Yeah.
Mira's morals.
No, I mean, Mira doesn't want to drown anyone.
you heard the Queen? He's swum drunk before.
Mm,
You could
All
also
right.
make Frey be correct. Really prove to the Queen how correct he was.
All
No.
right, all right. We can not throw him in the pool. That's fine.
All right.
As you're interacting with Mira, you're definitely getting from Rohan just like sudden panic about like, wow, I really didn't think this through. Mira's gonna judge me so much for this guy. Basically, was just like, hey, I would like you to steal something for me, and I was just like, okay, I'm gone, I'm doing it. So,
Mira doesn't know. Mira can't judge you.
I mean, I'm not gonna keep it from Mira.
Fair.
I'll take my judgment like an adult.
All right. So, with that, the evening at the Royal Garden winds down, the Duchess leaving, and eventually the rest of the crew, all of her friends and bodyguards, and God knows who else that came with her, leaving with her, and many others also winding down. I assume you guys as well will be heading back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Frey would like to get some sleep.
And, so you do. You make your way the surprisingly short distance back to the Viacourt estate, where, Rohan, you have been waiting for at least a little while. I assume no longer... I assume you did not pop into the estate invisible.
No, I do not.
Okay, so people would already know that you were there, and
Yes.
you have your documents that you were tasked to acquire.
Yes.
Are you, like, waiting to greet us?
Yeah. I think, like, I don't think I'm outside, but I'm, like, you know, whatever room you guys would enter into.
I think Frey would kind of raise an eyebrow seeing you there, and I didn't think you'd still be up. You seem to have vanished from the party pretty early.
I left to take care of some business that was assigned to me. I don't know if it was a good idea that I did that, but here we are.
Business?
Fine. Who is assigning you business?
One of the professors at the Lucian Ray let me know that I wasn't able to, they weren't able to get me into the Lucian Ray without the usual, you know, either having to pay the tuition or committing to be a Bright. But then he mentioned that if I could obtain some documents for him from somebody else's possession, then I don't know why I'm being euphemistic. If I could steal some documents for him, then as if you guys don't know what that means. Then he would and turn them over to him first thing tomorrow. Then he would take me on as his private pupil. I'm not decided yet on if I'm going to turn them over in the morning, but I figured that given that this shady man wanted to obtain this stuff, it would probably be good to know what it was. And then things a little bit went sideways while I was there also. So, you know, it's been a weird night.
Well, you can't just leave us hanging. What exactly?
Sideways.
Sideways.
Like how sideways? Like sideways as in we should run, or?
I don't think so. Well, okay, so the person who assigned this to me was Professor Bird, Godric Bird, and earlier this evening I saw him speaking to some friend of his, some man, and when I went to the house, he was there with the person who lives at the house. They were chatting in front of the fireplace, and I went in invisible and was waiting for them to sort of leave the room so I could have an opening to take the documents. And then when the guy who lives there left the room, Professor Bird's friend was like, "So are you gonna take that stuff, or are you gonna fuck around for another hour?" So he clearly could see me the whole time. And yes, I didn't talk to him. I just took the stuff and left, but, you know. So that guy knows that I was there and that I stole the stuff, but I guess maybe that's fine, because obviously Professor Bird knows that as well, and they seem to be friends. And he didn't rat me out, so...
Well...
Like, it
Yeah,
was
we
okay.
know
I'd say... Well, clearly, if that's not fine, if there's a problem, it wasn't you at all. It was that MacBraonan character stole your face.
That's smart. Yes, we could maybe go with that. I don't know how believable that will be, but we could probably sell that, sure.
No, it was that there's no probably or maybe about it. Was the MacBraonan character who stole your face. That's why we have Mr. Abney with us to help us sort these matters.
That's true. That's fair. Okay, well, I guess I still need to figure out if I should turn this stuff over to him or not. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem to be harmful. It seems like it's healing spells, and it also doesn't look like it's been successfully finished. It's definitely still a work in progress. Can I look at the papers, and is there like anything else that I can get from it now that I have a little while and I can look through everything?
I mean, looking through everything is going to take a long time, like
Okay, fair
days
enough.
to weeks, and then because even after you read it the first time, you're probably not going to understand it all. It would be like, someone who's taken, an algebra class trying to learn, like, machine learning programming.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to be harmful or or like successful yet. It's still a work in progress, and all Professor Bird told me was that his research is at a point that he needs this information to continue or something. So I don't know. I have it, but you guys, what do you think? Should I?
So we're stopping his research of healing magics?
I mean, I don't think the point was to stop the guy's research. I think it was to deliver it to Professor Bird. But
Theoretically, if you take someone's research on something, they'll be greatly set back. So you have to wonder if Mr. Bird was trying to prevent that from happening, or if he wants to call up that research for his own. I imagine with a place like the Lucian Ray, there is quite a bit of competition and breakthroughs.
yeah, I think the former seems unlikely to me because he gave me next to no like guidance on what he wanted me to do. It seems like if I had just copied this stuff down and left the original stuff there, he would have been perfectly fine with that. So I mean, maybe he just banked on the fact that I wouldn't be able to do that, but it doesn't seem like he's trying to stop the other guy, or like the point was to take this research away from him. Wait, Robert, what was the other guy's name?
You never will have gotten it. That was my mistake.
No? Okay,
I don't
cool.
think I ever mentioned it. That was my fuck up in the recap.
No, that's cool. As long as I didn't forget it. Cool. So it doesn't seem like the point was to stop him from doing it, but who knows? As far as corrupting it or co-opting it for his own uses, I'm sure that probably is correct. I don't know. Should I pretend this didn't happen? Should I turn it over to him? I don't know. It felt like this guy's clearly powerful. I didn't know if I should really be like, I'm not gonna do what you tell me to do, but it also seemed like, I don't know.
In my opinion, two things. First, it's good to have an idea of who exactly this Mr. or Professor, did you say Bird?
Yeah, Bird.
Who he is, what exactly is he working on himself? What might he want out of this? And number two, perhaps we should have this conversation when it's not 3 a.m. in the morning and when Garrett here isn't a bit tipsy.
I would love to do that, but I did agree to turn this over first thing in the morning to this guy, so by the time Frey especially wakes up, I'm sure that I need to have given this to him already.
I mean, is it dangerous stuff? Like, doesn't seem like it's particularly bad to give it to him?
That's what I'm thinking.
Is there any way you could arrange a Dropbox type situation where you give him half and then be like, look, I've got half of it here for you. I've got the other half at a secondary location that will be, given your notification. But, what's the game plan with this research? Are we preventing him from researching it, or are we just taking it so that our, your own research can come out first?
Well,
maybe not, obviously a threatening, doing it in a threatening manner may not be the best, way, but just in I need to know what I'm getting into.
I suppose the question is, Rohan, you took this job because it could help you get into the Lucian Ray. How important is that to you?
I mean, it's what I'm here for, but I don't like... I wanted to do this the right way, you know? My goal was not to show up here and immediately fall. The whole reason that I wanted to do this was so that I wasn't doing this shit anymore. So I don't know. I don't love that this is how that's gonna happen, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of at a place where if somebody tells me, hey, don't do this, then I would not do it, but I can't. I don't know.
Well, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Would I know, assuming I'm not incredibly drunk, like if the Duchess can literally appoint someone into this school?
No, the Lucian Ray is a private company.
It's a private. Okay, was just curious, because
I mean, she could give someone enough money to, but
okay,
that's also a huge ask. Could be like, hey, cousin-ish in-law.
Well, it was more of a, hey, if we successfully find out who done bombed the, maybe as a reward for having solved that and brought the captors to justice.
That's a perfectly reasonable thought.
So I will, I'll bring that out as Garrett would. So, yeah. I mean, if this is something you're not comfortable with, perhaps, if we're able to resolve whoever blew up, the everything, and maybe the Duchess would be willing to, as a reward, pay your way into the college. That's an option. But that is a much longer road than this option.
I mean, I've clearly waited long enough for this. I don't mind waiting a little longer to do it the right way. Because, I mean, it's also like... I don't know. I mean... When you get something the wrong way, it can always be taken away from you, and you can't do anything about it. So... It's not only a moral thing, it's also just, like, I don't want to... What is the benefit of me having to look over my shoulder the whole time that I'm trying to, do this is also...
There could be a slight problem in that you did already steal the stuff and were seen doing it.
Yes.
I mean, if you're also seen returning it, would that not negate the theft?
No?
I mean, I was... Robert, how much stuff is there? Like, obviously I can't read through the stuff and, understand it, but, how much... Could I copy everything down by hand, over the course of a night?
No. I would say in total it is 3 leather-bound, books that look like they were probably a copy or checked out from a library and have, flipping through, there are notes through them, where, things have been circled, X'd out, stuff like that. There are then 4 journals, 2 of them completely filled, 2 of them about half filled, and then maybe half a dozen large scrolls, and then maybe a dozen more very small ones.
Okay, so there is only going to be 1 copy of this stuff. Okay, fine.
You could copy it. It would take a while.
What if he had help?
While?
Yeah, how long would it take 5 of us to do this?
I cannot
Let's say we got copies of the actual...
You would not be included in the 5. Oh, no, you would have been. Never mind. I'm sorry. It'd be the 4 of us.
Maybe you could do it without reading if you're just copying down shapes, but...
Oh my god, it would be impossible. It would look...
Also, Garrett is currently drunk. Could he even be trusted with an accurate transcription?
Yes. Well, okay, but like, let's say that I convince this guy that like, okay,
You want a floppy.
like, I'll get it to you in a day or whatever. Like, how long would it take us if we wanted to do that collectively?
At least a few days, probably.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
You do also have the option of telling him, like, look, I agreed to get you the thing. I got you the thing, but if I'm going to be doing this regularly, I'm out. Because then he's got whatever he wants. He's done. And you said no.
Yeah, I think that's also my thing is I'm okay not getting the benefits of, you know, whatever, giving this to him, but are we going to be making a powerful enemy, you know? Like,
Not necessarily if you know, he's got his thing. And if you're just like, I'm out, that's, you know, I'm not going to say anything because I would be complicit in having stolen stuff. You know, like you know, you can't tell anyone because you stole stuff.
yeah, but what if I said that I wasn't going to give him this stuff either? Like, do you think he would? Yeah,
that would be the problem where you could say, hey, I wasn't able to get it.
I mean, that guy saw me clearly walk out with it. I don't think that's going to fly. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm going to go in the morning, give this stuff to him, and say, I think what you're saying, that like, hey, if this is a regular thing, then I'm not interested, but, you know, you asked me to do this thing for you and I did it. And then I will maybe try to convince him that it would be good if we could give this guy back a copy of this stuff or something. Like, I can go reverse heist it, you know, and go put it back after we copy down all the relevant information.
Right. Because in academia, even a matter of days can, you know, make a difference with, because, you know, it's about who's first versus who's, you know, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I want this to be how I get this. Yeah. Get this admittance into the Lucian Ray and stuff. So I think I'm going to turn that down. But I also didn't feel like I could say no at the time. So I think it's okay that I ended up here, I guess. But I will try to reason with the man. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we should all go to sleep. It's been a long night. In many ways. Oh, I will ask before everybody heads off, were your friends any better? At the after
Not
party?
really.
Okay. Okay. Good to know.
Garrett just looks kind of crestfallen as he stumbles off to bed.
Oh. I think the last thing you hear from Rohan, like, thinking towards you is just like, well, we still like you.
You get the mental equivalent of drunken thumbs up.
Great.
And with that, this very late night finally comes to a close. And you all, there are plenty of guest beds, plenty of room, privacy. The Viacor estate has more than enough room to handle probably 2-3 dozen guests at any given time.
Damn.
You guys make your way to bed. The morning is yours. I have nothing.
I mean, I know where I have to go.
Do you want anyone to go with you?
I would love that, but I feel like it's not a good idea to be like, yeah, so I told these 6 people about me robbing stuff for you, so
One person?
Take Streak. He's sneaky. I
am
can give him
sneaky.
the other.
Streak goes to
earring, and
college.
then
Sorry.
What?
I'll take Streak in case this man is like, all right, now I have to kill you so that there's no evidence or whatever.
Fuck it, let's do it.
I can
Maybe.
punch.
Are we gonna do the
You
scene
can punch.
from
Are you
the-
gonna sneak?
Oh god, what movie was that
I
from? Where
tried.
he basically like finger guns at the guy, and then someone from across the way snipers them. What movie was that in? Are we gonna do that with the Streak?
I mean, sure, Mira can come too. I
Yay!
might have you guys wait outside, but yeah.
You could do your weird make me invisible thing.
Oh, that's true. Well, no, because that... if his friend could see me while I was invisible, I feel like he probably also can. Maybe disguise you or something, though, but... yes, let's go. Yay.
All right. You spend the next little while heading towards the Lucian Ray, a massive campus with multiple wings to it. Just, you can see there are standalone buildings, large observatories, steepled towers. It is one of the most impressively all-encompassing buildings. Like, there are obviously multiple buildings, but all of them are connected. Everything in this entire district of the city, which officially it is its own district, is part of the Lucian Ray. Shortly after going through the large set of gates into what could nicely be called a courtyard, and more realistically be called the district also known as the campus, you see there is a small inn called the Scholar's Nest. There is someone who is currently sweeping out front, and they just give you a courteous wave before continuing.
Cool.
A little bit further down the street, there is a tavern. You can see in the window there are multiple floating candles, some of them glowing more of a silvery blue, some of them with a traditional reddish orange, and a couple with a deep crimson. As you walk by, the candles kind of turn and they spin so that all of their flames are pointing towards each other. And it turns and the flames merge into one and create a small hand that just waves at you as well.
Okay. That seems
What the
unnecessary,
fuck?
but alright. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's a little showy, but okay.
Your continued journey through the campus, there are multiple other buildings, a large... Sorry. I have these in a different... Those aren't under businesses. Why would they be? There's the... Oh, there we go. It was under businesses. I just was looking at the wrong spot. There is a small breakfast cafe a little ways further down past a couple of moderately sized, seems like dormitories or other kind of student housing. But beyond that, there is a small breakfast cafe known as Mystic Brews. There is just such a strong smell of what seems like coffee and fresh bread, and then there is this overwhelming scent of vanilla that seems to dominate everything as you get closer.
Wow. I'm very tempted to stop and eat and stuff, but I'm like, no, I gotta stay focused, keep my head in the game.
There are multiple open windows with just magically rotating, already sliced pies, just kind of sitting on a small pie dish on the counters of these open windows. you can see walking by that there is someone who is. I'm sorry. I just saw Dave's message. I made the mistake. You don't look at chat when you're fucking. You don't look at the chat when you're doing stuff. You can see there is someone who is currently talking. Seems like they're exchanging some coin, and behind this woman there is a knife that is flying through the air and slicing bread.
Okay. Okay. Fascinating.
A little ways away, there is also a sign for something called Lucian Wonders. The most apt shop this side... what's the phrase on it? Lucian Wonders. The most apt shop this side of Lake Everdew.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like it's a magic shop?
Seems to be. The sign just points further down a small path in the campus. You can't actually see the shop, just the sign pointing towards it.
Yeah, I make a little mental note just to like, if I have some time to check it out later.
Otherwise, the main campus grounds get closer and closer. You continue and you see a large fountain. It is an absolute, like, this fountain is probably 25, 30 feet tall, made of beautiful shining marble. The water itself seems to be shifting colors. There are strange glowing arcane fish diving throughout it. There are butterflies that are obviously not real flying around it. There are so many arcane and enchanted effects on this thing. At the base of it is an etching saying, "New Grad Fountain. The first place we make our mark."
Huh. Does it seem like people who graduate each get to put some kind of enchantment or something on it?
That's probably a pretty good idea of what it is.
That's sick. Okay.
And when I say many enchantments, I mean nothing happens twice here. Like, there are hundreds and hundreds of different things that you see. At one point, you see this maybe 2.5 foot tall, almost childlike interpretation of a fat dragon with small wings that, like, floats out of the water. Its wings are maybe an inch or two, and they kind of, like, just start to, like, flutter, and then it, like, stares directly at you and, like, gives a frown, and then falls into the water, splashing into nothingness.
Okay, why did it frown at me? Okay.
Chubby dragon.
Is that a normal animal?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. We saw that one dragon skull one time, but I don't think we've seen any others, so.
At this point, you see a kid of maybe 15, 16. He got short hair, kind of brushed back, dark brown, a tiny bit of stubble that he's obviously trying to grow a beard and can't, and he just, hi there, what you all doing? You looking for somebody?
Yes, I'm supposed to be meeting with Professor Bird. Godric Bird.
Oh, you got one, the Lauren wing over there, and he kind of gives you a point. You can take that side door. It's a little bit quicker. That's probably gonna be the way to go. He's got one of the 5th or 6th officer. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, why?
At this point, he just kind of like gives like a "don't look at me" and starts to walk away. You do notice that most of the people you would assume are students do seem to be wearing similar kind of silvery blue cloaks.
Okay.
And you guys do stick out, not like a lot, but the three of you together not wearing it definitely like it seems like for the most part, people who are here that aren't students or faculty are probably people who are trying to do business or meeting with someone, and having 3 people who are in the age range of students that are obviously not does seem to stick out.
I'm tempted to change into those clothes, but it seems like stolen valor. I won't. Okay. Keep going.
Stolen valor.
All right, I'll head towards the office.
You head towards Professor Bird's office, and you can see there is a small etching on a thick wood door as you head down a hallway. There's a few here. The end of the hall seems to have a much larger set of double doors, but on each side there are multiple, probably I'd say 18 or 20 different offices, both on each side. Some of them seem to have lecture halls next to them, others don't. But his door seems locked.
Okay. I'll knock.
There's nothing. And the entrance to the lecture hall next door is also locked.
Okay. Did I get Willis's name while I was standing there listening to them talk?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Do I guess I'll walk up and down the hall and just see if maybe that guy's also here.
You, near the end, one door down from the large set of double doors, which specifically does say Scholars Boardroom on it, you do see next to that the office of Professor Jacques Blaise Willis.
Is the door open?
It is cracked open.
I'll poke my head in.
You can see that there are a couple of very large tapestries that seem to be advertising, one for what seems like an opera, another one for a play, some very nice art, a very, very large dark oak L-shaped desk with paperwork on it, very neatly organized, and behind it you do see the gentleman who stared at you in the eyes last night.
Okay, I'll say, hello, Professor. Is Professor Bird here? His door is locked.
Oh, of course.
We don't need to have a conversation about this. Is Professor Bird here?
Let me go get him.
Thank you.
And he stands up and heads over to the lecture hall attached to his office.
Great. I'll follow him.
You can see perched across 3 of the chairs, which are very nice. They're cushioned. They do not have arms on them. They do have desks in front of them, but perched across 3 of them on the second row, a sleeping and slightly snoring Professor Bird.
Did we get left outside?
I think you guys can follow along. Yeah. Assuming we're going into a lecture hall, I think it's fine.
Mira wants to go.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Yes, I'm following, yeah.
you make your way over, and Bird is knocked out sleeping. He's got his cane just on the floor. He's sideways. He's almost drooling a little bit. And he's just... And you see as Professor Willis pulls out a small coin purse and throws it at him. Unbelievable, Bird. How do you do it every... I'm done. I'm just... They're yours. And he turns and just motions for you to talk to him.
Great. Hi, Professor Bird.
Oh. And he stands up with a very smug grin. And just calls beyond you, yelling towards the direction of the office. I'll see you for lunch, Willis. He turns back. So, you've got it all then.
Yes. Here you go. I hand it over to him.
Oh, please, back to my office. And he stands up and kind of winces on his leg and stretches it out and rubs it for a second. Starts to stand up and just winces again and stretches his leg again as he's standing and goes into a small pack, a messenger bag style pack that is laying next to him, and pulls out a pipe and begins smoking it for a minute.
Okay. Is this a world where indoor smoking is frowned upon?
Not really.
Okay. Okay. I just stand there, I guess, waiting awkwardly, holding a handful of books and scrolls and shit. I think I do mention, like, these are a couple of my friends. They're just here to keep me company as I showed up here.
Of course, of course. And he spends a moment and then stands up, kind of shakes his head. Head to my office. I'll be there in 1 moment.
Okay. I, like, give the others a look like, yeesh, okay. This guy. And then walk back to the office with them.
Mm-hmm.
A real character, huh?
This guy is gonna teach you?
You know, apparently.
So, a couple of moments go by, and he eventually does make his way out to the hall, and then slowly, while still limping, using his cane, walks over towards you, and pulls out a set of keys, unlocks the lecture, or not the lecture hall, his office, and he just motions to you with the cane, like, hurry up, get in, and you can see him looking around.
Okay. Does he gesture to the other two as well?
Yes, he just wants you all in there.
Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, I head in.
And he immediately just looks around and slams the door shut and locks it behind him. Right. Keep it a little quiet. Don't need them coming and asking me things right about now.
Okay.
I need the day off. So, Mr. What was it?
Rohan, Sylvia.
Right, and he just, at this point, once he finally sits behind his desk, he just, motions with his cane at the other two. You didn't have partners in crime last night?
No. They didn't accompany me to do anything. They're just here to keep me company.
Dave, you good?
Yeah,
We can hear stuff coming through your mic.
Yeah, it's something really muffled and crazy is going on.
no, I went to go get some water from the other room and a movie's playing on there.
Oh, and you forgot to mute? Okay. Anyway, so, he just kind of, motions. And...
Is he motioning to the others, for
yeah,
their name?
Yeah, mostly just a, what the fuck are they doing here type of thing.
I'll say, I'm happy to have them wait outside if you'd prefer to talk about this in private. They
I don't
really know
care.
anything about what we're doing here. Okay.
Let's talk about it.
Sure.
So, he motions for you to dump it all at his desk.
Yep.
Now, in contrast, his room, you can see there are 3 or 4 separate flintlock rifles, a couple of flintlock pistols, a large halberd hanging over the door, a couple of swords, what seems like an old cutlass, a suit of armor in the corner, and otherwise it is a mess. Like, it is kind of disorganized. It's just generally a mess.
Right. Yeah, I dump all the stuff on his desk. This is all of it.
Oh, lovely. He begins flipping through.
Yeah. I think if I'm not mistaken, I did what am I saying? I copied down the symbol that was on the desk as well. I think I'll hand that to him as well, just for what it's worth.
Very good. You got all of it.
Yes, as much as I could possibly find. I do feel the need to ask, I guess, what was the purpose of taking this stuff?
Oh, you winning me 50 gold for one.
Okay.
See, Willis thinks that people won't do things because of some moral upstanding to the greater good. He just kind of, like, brushes it aside. Still, he is almost always gesturing and pantomiming with his cane as much as if an extension of his arm. Here we are.
I feel like Mira can feel me very pointedly not looking at her.
She's not mad, she's just disappointed.
I know, that's the problem. Okay. Right. All right. Was that the only reason?
No, there's something I'm working on. That right cock didn't want to share any of his information, so I can't exactly do it without it right now. I mean, I could. It would take weeks longer. Catch up on where he's been.
Got it. How bad will it be once he notices it's missing?
He shrugs as if he hadn't considered and doesn't care.
I ask because if it would make things easier, now that we have the information, we could make copies of it and then put it back.
He'll get it back. By the time he knows it's missing and cares, he'll come to me and he'll get it back and I'll already have what I need. So you have nothing to worry about.
Okay. I guess my one other question is you mentioned that, you might be willing to
Let's take you all as my personal assistant.
Yes. I guess my question is, were you imagining this kind of thing would be a repeat occurrence, or was this a one-time thing?
Oh, very much. There is a need for someone who can get things done and not deal with the bureaucratic bullshit of the Lucian Ray when they do so. Sure, I could put in a request with the headmaster, beg her to speed it along, get it over to the right people, make sure that everything's written out, and eventually have another professor tell me no when I need help with something, or I could just get it done.
Got it. So...
Having people who can get it done is certainly a nice way to handle it. And, well, I've had some other understudies in the past who haven't exactly worked out, but on top of that is needing someone who doesn't rely so much on the arcane to do so. He motions.
Got it.
You have friends who are more than willing to assist you as well. It's just what I need. I can get you a full pass
Browns.
as long as you need it. You work for me. You have full pass access to any of the classes you're interested in. We'll start you on, get you some aptitude tests, find out exactly how good you are, and find out what classes you need before getting you into what you're looking for. Can have you starting by the beginning of next week.
I think you can. I mean, I don't know if like you guys could tell, but I think you could probably imagine that like Rohan's like what do you call it? Like his determination is wavering as we speak, and he's just like, that's really good, but I'm happy to have helped you with this.
I'm not
but
going to ask you to murder someone. Just cut through the bullshit. Can't exactly do it myself anymore, or I would. And especially when everything is fucking magic. Having someone who can do things without is even better. Seem to have friends here who don't exactly. And he winces in pain again, and you can see he has another pipe that is on his desk, and as soon as he picks it up, it immediately heats up, and he takes a couple of puffs from it. And... well, you all might be just what I need. Any of the rest of you out? A free pass as well.
I appreciate that, but I think I'll have to pass. I'm happy to have helped you with this, and I'm don't expect anything in return, but I don't think this is how I'd like to gain my entrance into the Lucian Ray. Unfortunately, I think if I'm not able to do it any other way, so be it. But I will do my best to find my own way in.
Let me get this straight. You're given an option. Free reign. Access to everything. Work under me. But no. Because of some strange adherence to morals that don't matter, that are going to stop lives from being saved. All of a sudden, it's a no. I understand. Just shakes his head and...
if you'd asked me 2 months ago, I might have said yes, but I'm trying to...
Let more people die, of course. Just like the rest of them.
Yeah, Professor. That's exactly my goal.
You and the headmaster will get along
My goal was,
swimmingly.
you know what? I woke up this morning and I thought, you know what? I'm going to let some more people die today. That's my plan. I don't want anything from you. I don't need to be having this conversation. I gave you what you wanted. We're done. All right? Have a good life. I'll walk out. I'm done. Fuck this.
All right, you head out.
Yeah, Mira will just, like, frown at this guy and follow.
Streak will pause for a moment as if he's almost, like, considering the man, and then follow a moment later.
Well, all right. Sure, let's fucking go home, I guess.
All right, you head
That
back.
sucked.
I can't believe it. You turned it down.
Yeah.
Oh, meanwhile, Garrett, Frey, back at the estate. What's going on? I know Frey's sleeping in. Especially after an early morning translating to a late night.
Naturally.
Anything else that you guys are doing before the late morning hours?
Probably just breakfast and filling Viv in on our what's happened.
And Frey would be probably have a bit of a light breakfast. He won't bother Garrett because he assumes he has some catching up to do. But he is going to start getting ready for the day because if I recall, I believe that he did promise to meet William for lunch, or maybe was that breakfast? I hope it wasn't breakfast.
I think it was lunch.
Okay. Frey probably would promise lunch, not breakfast.
Frey is
So,
very much an early to bed, late to rise individual.
Oh, yes.
all right. Otherwise, a couple of hours after leaving, the rest of the gang does come back as Frey is preparing for a lunch out, and Garrett is debriefing the wife and figuring out what the next steps are. It's up to you. There's nothing going on. This is all you guys now.
So I think when Frey catches the others returning, he'll just ask, did you have your morning meeting then? How did that go?
You know, I'll just like look at the others like, how did it go?
It could have gone worse.
Yeah.
No one died.
That's true. Which is not a given for our party, so.
Was there any trouble?
No. I mean, I handed over all of the stuff and then turned the guy down, and he really gave me some attitude, but it's fine. I guess, yeah, I made it here, and I'm not in the Lucian Rays, so I guess that's what I'm dealing with now. So, we'll, you know.
Did you get anything in exchange? I mean, you still did the job for him.
Yeah, no, I did not. He won a bet. He got 50 gold pieces, so there's that, I guess. Not that helps me, but.
Well, if it's anything, it's at least information and perhaps a favor that could be called in down the line, but...
Yeah, maybe.
It really depends on what sort of man he is. I would have accompanied, but it was far too early for that.
No, I figured. I totally understand. Honestly, I wouldn't have gone in the morning either if he hadn't said be there first thing in the morning. In fact, he was asleep when we got there, so I don't know why he felt the need to do that, but that's fine.
So that is quite rude of him.
Yes. Well, we're in Artaviste, so I guess we have plenty of things we need to be working on now. We gotta find Ozzy, and we gotta track down the poor Robins.
Well, assuming the poor Robins were the ones that were actually behind the bombing.
Right, yeah.
Is Garrett with us right now?
I assume we're probably around somewhere, wherever he is.
And so when I'm not there, I can still hear what Rohan's thinking.
Oh, yeah,
True.
I forgot about that. Man. What a wild situation we found ourselves in. Okay. Anyway,
Side note, I actually had myself muted for a second there, but as you were leaving from Garrett, you would have gotten like approval that you did the right thing, but at the same time that, you know, even if you had accepted, he still would have backed you up. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I'm getting ready for a luncheon out with William. I was thinking though that while I was out, I could perhaps try and see if I could get any information on, well, if there's been any sightings of our friend or of you.
Yeah, that seems useful. You've been spending a lot of time with William lately. Is there anything happening?
He's a pleasant
He just
enough
said they're getting
individual.
lunch.
you're getting lunch, yeah. Whatever.
That was Alex cackling, not Mira, by the way.
You know what, Streak?
We
You're
are
totally
getting
right.
lunch.
Streak, I was asking if maybe there were ulterior motives for how much time they had been spending together lately.
Don't know what other motives you need for lunch, but okay.
That was others cackling, not Rohan.
Well, I will admit the man is growing on me.
Okay, nice.
But it's also... It's not a terrible idea to have someone in law enforcement close at hand.
True.
But I beg you, don't look too deeply into it.
Okay. Definitely like Rohan's vibe is like he's saying okay, but his face is every like, okay.
Ray just smiles at him. Actually, before I go, I suppose I should try and talk to Garrett. Well, just to get a sense of the city, where to go.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. At this point, I'm sure I'm probably done filling Viv in on the broad strokes, anyways, of at least what's happened, and would have made my way over to the rest of the group at this point.
All right. Frey would look over at Garrett and say, I was just thinking of you.
Yes. It's interesting how that happens at times. So what's going on?
Well, as I was just telling the others, I was getting ready to meet William for lunch, so not exactly where. I know he's staying with the... What did he staying again? I always forget the headquarters of the people.
Yeah.
Bastion.
Thank you.
He did
Thank you.
The Bastion.
Well, I think I could do with some directions for starters, and perhaps a sense of. Garrett, would you tell me of the city? What are the districts? Where are the places to go? And where do you think the best places to go to? Let's find some rumors.
Find some rumors. Well, I'll be honest here. The person to really be asking is my friend Stasia. She is very kind of into the rumors and the tea, I guess you could say. That's what the cool kids say, right? The tea. She's, she would be very much into that. But she had a couple places that she said that were really interesting spots to go to, and I would proceed to tell those to Frey. Actually, I know what the spots are. This isn't something that we super particularly discussed.
No,
but
we
I
can
know...
go over it now. It's trying to go over all the shit in Artaviste is a Herculean task.
Yep.
So, I have trouble going over it, and I wrote it all.
So I would give Frey several good locations to go to. Some a little more upscale, some a little more, I got friends in low places kind of.
Is there anything like specifically what was it that Frey would be looking for?
So I think at the moment, Frey would be interested in actually finding, he would want to check out some of the shadier parts of the city, honestly. Maybe where people go for, like, illicit dealings.
Yes,
People
your
where
top
someone where
boyfriend to-
MacBraonan might... Where someone of that type would, go.
Take your top boyfriend to the to the
Well,
seedy side of town.
Frey's not gonna start there, but he'll probably, suggest. He would actually probably like to start somewhere more, not super, super fancy, but, nice. Cozy.
Okay. All right.
And then as lunch goes on, maybe suggest slumming it.
Oh god, there's so many. Like, this is such a loaded question for me to scroll through.
It's okay. You don't have to give me everything.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out, like... Oh boy. Let's see here. Well, so starting with eating or just going places?
Let's start with eating.
How fancy?
Not super fancy. Like, let's say, like, upper middle.
Okay, so about the upper middle is about the lowest you're gonna get inside the city, so...
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Probably gotta be looking at either... so in the Starlight Quarter, there's the Twin Moons Tavern. And then in the Newtown Commons, there is the Plentiful Pantry. Those are probably the first two that I'm seeing while I scroll through this hellish document. If you are trying to pivot towards shopping afterwards, Newtown Commons is probably the way to go. Or, I'm sorry, Starlight Quarter would be the way to go. If you're trying to eventually get into, like, the shadier stuff, Newtown Commons.
Okay. And how would Garrett describe Newtown Commons? Like, what brand of shady is it?
So it's not shady per se. It's the, like, it's the easternmost. I got my cardinal directions mixed up. It's the easternmost portion of the city, like when you first come in. It was the only portion of the city that ever saw any umbral activity when the walls were initially breached before the Brights were able to repel them with the enchanted wall. So it's less that it is shady itself and more that it has the, like, the most commonplace population. Lots of multi-story, like, townhouse style, just rows and rows of townhouses type of thing. Compared to every other city, the damage was minimal, and at this point there's no evidence of the Black Sun, but a lot of refugees ended up moving here among the, like, poorer and more criminal folk. Like, it was a great way for them to kind of, like, ingratiate themselves into the city. And on top of that, it's essentially the area where you first enter. So while it itself is not shady, there are going to be the most, like, shady alleys and things, like... But even compared to most other cities, it is not going to be... Like, you're not gonna have anything like the, Like the
slums in Alisir?
Yeah, there's not gonna be anything like that, or anything like the dregs in Fortuny Soul.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So Frey won't be horribly out of place.
And I will caution that if you're looking to get into the seedy underbelly type stuff of the city, I wouldn't really know anything about it. Strieg might know a little better, like where to look for some signs, but it would be more of a generic like, hey, here's some common like thieves guild signs or whatever. Or, like I don't know what he would know per se, but if you're looking to get into that kind of stuff, he might have a better idea after having explored the city a little bit.
I could do some walking around, see what I find.
I think that would be helpful. Just even getting a sense of the lay of the land, so to speak. And of course, as always, keep an eye out for Rohan.
Well,
Isn't he not Rohan now?
Yeah, because he's got all his magic back.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yes.
All right, then. Then we will keep an eye out for MacBraonan, unless they have stolen someone else's face.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what any of the rest of your plans are, but I do want to talk with Viv today and see what they've found so far about the attack, and see if maybe there's some leads that we can start tracking down. And then through I want to see if I can get probably through William would be a good choice, but we want to get to the actual, assuming he hasn't already, guardsmen and pass around the description of Ozzy and let them know that he's here, he's committed some serious crimes, and that we need to try to locate him before he does anything worse.
Yes, I'll see if William has done any of that yet, and if not, I'll take care of it when I go meet him. One more thing, Garrett, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
I would actually like to meet your friend Stasia again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll see if I can arrange something where everyone's a little bit more sober.
Wonderful. I will look forward to it.
Are you getting a
Yes.
tattoo? Because I'd like a tattoo.
Oh, it's not cultural appropriation when you want a tattoo. I see how it is.
No, it's my culture they're appropriating. Fuck you.
I didn't say that. That's
No, I know, I'm
not
kidding.
a commentary.
That's so funny.
I didn't. No, Frey was just saying. I didn't have a tattoo in mind, but I'm sure you're welcome to come along as well, Rohan.
Great.
I'm sure she would appreciate the business.
Yeah, why not?
No, I imagine her, and he will look to Garrett again, that her work is quite expensive.
She is one of, if not the most sought after tattoo artist in the city. So, yeah.
Okay. That's a good point.
She keeps telling me she'll tattoo me for free, but Viv has shut down all her ideas so far. And yeah.
We should all get a party tattoo. Okay, never mind.
From nearby, you hear Viv call out, Gerrit, I am not letting you get a giant dick tattooed on your forehead.
That wasn't mine. That was Zane's idea. I was not okay with that one.
But it still came up.
Yeah, no, that was, and I didn't agree to it. You already know I didn't agree to it, but I didn't agree to it at the time.
I know,
You
but
really got to learn to set
it
some
is very
boundaries.
careful.
There were some other ideas that she had that were better, but
Well, like the one where, what was it? They wanted to shave your chest and then tattoo fake chest hair all over it. That one?
That's horrible. The worst thing I've ever heard.
Oh, you think that's bad? The night that they brought him back passed out and they tried to convince me that, they should, try and tattoo a third nipple on his back and see if they could convince him that it was real the next time he was drunk. Honestly, I'm saving poor Gerrit from himself with most of this.
His friends are real characters, huh?
They are good people. And she pauses and just kind of... They're just... They all met each other because they hate... And she just motions around all of this. They're not interested in the show and the circumstance and pomp of it all. They just want to not be who they are while still enjoying the life that they have. I'm not going to fault Gerrit for wanting some connection to a life that is not one where you have to remember a complicated handshake and for each gentleman who is from a different merchant guild or some such.
you had enough trouble teaching me which fork goes with which meal.
Gerrit, there are only like 3 at most dinners.
And you know how I feel about that. That's 2 forks too
That's
many.
3 too many. Of course it is, Gerrit. You would eat it with your hands like you're out on the road like some sort of fucking bear. She, like, looks at the rest of you. I'm sure you've seen it. The man's hungry. He can inhale things. Like, you can put it in a trough and he would eat it.
I thought Garrett just liked his finger foods.
We did eat a lot of finger foods on the trail, didn't we? Yeah.
And you can do that all you want here. But when you are in a party or a dinner, or you need to show a level of respectability. You know that's the sacrifice to be married to me.
Yes, and I will willingly put up with that.
Of course you will, because if you don't, I will run you over.
You know what? She's not kidding. She would run me over.
I would kick him if I had the strength. Unfortunately, doctors don't have an answer on how long before I will be good enough to walk without assistance again. Fine for little amounts, as I've seen, a few minutes, but it just hurts so much.
Well, the only thing we can do is keep trying, but I know you'll be walking again sooner than the doctors even think, I'm sure.
Well, if not, you're just going to have to carry me.
Good thing I did all that walking then recently.
Yes, and you'll have to carry me to every single art show and appraisal. And get real close. And maybe my eyes will be hurting and I'll need you to describe things to me.
You don't want me to do that. Do you
Oh, I
remember
want you
the
to do
last
that as much as... as much as you want to use your hands instead of a fork, Gerrit. And she just kind of gives a little smile and puts a hand on your shoulder. It is so good to have you back. It was so
It's,
different without you here for so long.
yes, I'm sorry that I was gone for so long. I did not foresee quite how long it would take, and obviously who could have known that the house would explode.
Oh. I am happy that your brother is okay, though.
Yes, he was much better shape once we were when I left than when I arrived. So
Yes,
glad
that seems to be a
he's-
thing with most people you interact with.
Well, I'm glad it's not the other way around.
She didn't seem to notice, it just seems to be staring into your eyes, just enjoying the moment of being here with you.
I am, of course, staring back into her eyes as well, doing the stereotypical vomit-inducing lovey-dovey stares.
Well, perhaps we should leave you two to your privacy.
Oh, yes. Do you want me to... I can have a servant go and find Stasia for you if you would like?
Yes,
Oh,
why don't we have her pop over later? What time do you think you would be back around?
Oh, it's really hard to say. Things like this can simply develop their own life.
Well, then why
Let's
don't we-
say this evening
tomorrow?
dinner.
Oh, okay.
Or,
Yeah,
to-
this
or
evening
tomorrow.
for dinner.
No, tomorrow's good.
I can just tell her that there's a client looking for her and she needs to wait here. Trust me, she's not so busy that she can't sit around all day.
Oh, I wouldn't want to make her do that on my account.
Viv
After what
would
happened
want
to you last
make-
night, the least you can do is inconvenience them. Oh no, she'll
Oh,
miss
I-
out on a job and not be able to afford a new necklace. And at this point, Viv just throws a middle finger up to the sky.
He
So much for good
chuckles.
people.
He chuckles a bit, but please don't give her the impression that I'm looking for work. Though Rohan might be. More of a social call.
She raises her
I'm not
eyebrows.
making a tattoo if I'm the only one. That's fine. You can have your social call.
She raises her eyebrow and just gives a nod. I will make sure that she's around for dinner. Or at least the request is extended.
I will be thinking at Rohan. I'm all for team tattoos, but just so you know, Viv has to approve the design. Otherwise, she won't let me get it.
That's fair. I trust her aesthetic taste. She is the art connoisseur after all.
Exactly.
Um,
And again, the individual hairs, that was Zane's idea. That wasn't mine.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I don't have skin.
I'm sorry, what?
Mira doesn't have skin, so she can't get a group tattoo because you can't tattoo. She's got like porcelain, remember?
we could paint her.
She has... Mira's not made out of porcelain.
I'm pretty sure she said that she was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that because I was thinking to
You're right.
myself,
I
yes,
guess
my
I-
porcelain doll theory was correct.
Well, like, I guess in my head, I assumed that, like, the porcelain was magically converted to skin, not like you're made
I
of
mean,
porcelain.
it doesn't, like, touching her doesn't feel like you're hitting, like, a porcelain doll per se, but it is, like, you definitely would not be able to tattoo her as you would a normal person.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Okay. Well, you know what? We can discuss.
Just write on me with Sharpies.
Great.
What
First,
is
we
this
just need
Shar-
to invent Sharpies. Yeah.
Yeah, what is this Sharpay you speak of?
But Frey would say to Vivian, well, thank you, Lady Vitacourt. I was hoping, actually, already been here a day, and my social calendar is already looking quite full. But I was hoping that I might be able to see your galleries at some point as well. Garrett spoke highly of your work and your tastes.
Oh, I have access to much as little as I own, she says, when you've observed at least 40 or 50 pieces of art just in the wings that you have seen of the estate. That is much more that I have access to. I am much more an appraiser and appreciator than I am an owner.
Well, I would very much like to see those pieces that have so caught your eye.
Maybe you can have Frey carry you around to the next gallery, and have him describe what he sees.
Ah, yes, the man here with such strong legs, I've observed. He seems to get his sleep so that he is strong and has the energy to carry someone around on his back. Of course.
Oh, I would
like
be
art.
absolutely honored, but I think you would be. I'm sure we could. Oh God, I'm sorry, my brain just died.
You have nothing to worry about. If you wish to accompany me in the next few days, there is going to be an auction. I believe tomorrow evening. You could accompany me on that. Perhaps there's something that you all would be interested in.
I like art.
We do have the keep now.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that would be delightful. Though I fear I don't have much coin to. But though maybe I could change that today.
Yeah.
But yes, I would love that. Thank you for the invitation. Artaviste is
Sure.
quite famed for its arts.
I do not know that it will all be art, but I'm sure there will be plenty and many things to. Have any of you been to a Vacanian auction?
No.
No,
I've
I
never
haven't.
been to Vacania before.
It will be lovely. You'll dress up, There are two portions. There is the silent auction, much of the... And she considers her words very carefully before all but air quotesing interesting, as she says, there's the art. And then there is the draws. Silent auctions where you will write on small parchments first. You place it in a enclosed bin, container, and whoever has the highest number will walk out with it at the end of the night. But then there is the main auction. While they figure out who is going to be owing how much, they will auction off all sorts of strange things. Sometimes enchanted items, sometimes fancy statues. Who knows? I know that one of the more interesting things that they're supposed to be having at this auction tomorrow is some sort of drake egg. Not a small one either. People say true dragon, but to see one of those would be quite a... There are people who would die to have one of those. I would imagine not. But again, rumors...
Wonder if we'll see our friend from the Mushroom Cave there. He was doing something with a dragon, wasn't he?
He was trying to hatch one.
Not often do people who live in caves end up in Vacanian auctions, but...
Well, this is the only auction that you're aware of having a dragon egg, so who knows?
Well, he'd certainly have to get cleaned up a bit.
Yes, he would.
Yeah.
was a strange fellow. A bit of a frightening one in the end.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Streak's not feeling any of that shadow stuff coming back, is he?
Was that in character, out of character?
that was out of character, but Garrett is gonna look over at Streak, kind of like real quick, just like he doesn't look like he's got any evil shadow magic going on.
That is a good point. Has Frey gotten any bad vibes from him lately? I don't think there's been any since...
They, like, when you really focus, there is definitely still something down there, but it is deep and easy to miss without focusing.
Okay. Just not stare at Streak.
He shoots you a look like, why the fuck are you looking at me like that?
I was just remembering the whole thing in the cavern. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but... Oh, well, I should probably be on my way soon, or else I'll be rather late.
Yes, don't want to miss lunch with the guardsman. And just remember, it is a left and then a right, not a right and then a left on the way to the
Left and then a right. I'm sure I'll find it. And if I don't, I'm sure someone will find me.
Alrighty, so with that, Frey heads off to go find William Abney, and the rest of you, what are you doing as well?
Well, as I mentioned, I want to find out like what leads we already have into the explosion and everything. That's kind of where I'm specifically at. I don't know what anyone else would like to do, or if they want to do something else.
No, that sounds good.
I guess I am going to go wander around and try to find the criminal underground.
The seedy underbelly of the City of Light.
I could help with anything. I mean, we were already at the,
I would love to see Mira try to find the criminal underground.
You know where the criminal underground is? She shows up at like an underground music venue.
Yeah, it's a band called the Criminal Underground.
I mean, Mira has been kind of wondering if she should ask any of all these, like, magical or high-class rich people if they ever have heard of her dad, but she's a little scared to.
I do kind of want to go back to the magic shop at the Lucian Ray if you want to go trawl for magical people.
Sure.
Cool. Alright, yeah, we can do that.
Alright. So, Frey, date with Bill Abney. Rohan and Mira, trawling for magic shit. Strieg, looking for the criminal underground.
As one does.
What's that leave Garrett doing?
Like I said, I just want to find out like what leads we have on the explosions. If there's any leads, or if it's like completely cold, like where did we get to in the investigation?
Alright, so you're staying with Viv to go over that stuff.
Yeah.
Staying with Viv to investigate the attack. Alright, we have it all. Now, we get to find out if Streak finds out if the, criminal underground is even a real thing.
Roll in for shit magic.
Streak, if you would please give me a Charisma Connect. Asking, interacting, it's something Streak is unfortunately good at sometimes. And also just intonating. With the little instruction that Garrett can give about where it may exist, your hunt begins at the... There's so many districts in the city, it's hell. At the Newtown Commons, and most of your afternoon is spent trying to find something shady, which is incredibly hard to do. Like, everything feels above board, everything feels good and just and legitimate.
Why do I feel like this is the city of white-collar crime?
I don't know, that's white-collar crime sounds very Fortuny Soul.
True.
Eventually you do find, like, when Streak looks for this, like, is there something specific, like, how is Streak going about this?
I think he's looking for things that are similar to or remind him of things that he knows the criminal underground and Fortuny Soul use. So, like, little markings above doors that might indicate, like, hey, there's business that happens here. Or, like,
Okay.
There's probably something if you go down this road, or,
Yeah.
like, stay away from this street. The
Yeah.
cops will grab you.
Yeah, doing the whole, looking for things and then then when you see something out, you go, hey, I need to see a guy about like that kind of thing where you're double talking.
I don't know if he'd specifically start talking yet. I think he's kind of just in the looking phase right now to see if it is anything there, and maybe occasionally if he finds a really good path to kind of see if he can drop in, because he doesn't want anyone to, like, take notice of him per se. He doesn't want people to be like, who the fuck is this new guy on our turf?
Okay. So, after the better part of probably 3 or 4 hours of hunting around most of the questionable, if you can even consider it that, parts of Artaviste, you find a small set of businesses. All of them in a side road called the Meal Market. Which, like, it doesn't stick out at first. It's not until you kind of, like, head down the road and kind of, like, listen for a bit that the way people are talking doesn't make sense. People asking things like, hey, I'm gonna need some chicken next Thursday. When are you getting it in? Will I be able to get it? Like, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Where it's obvious that they're not having normal conversations, but without knowing what you're looking for, it would just fade into the background. Like AI-generated art.
Okay.
And, like, you keep paying attention, and the Meal Market seems to, like, you get this vague translation that seems like people asking for food are actually asking for, like, jobs. It seems like this isn't how the influential connect. It's a middleman where people who are willing to do work, be it, I need this stolen, I need this taken, I need someone threatened, they would come here and offer their services, and that the businesses seem to be the middleman for whoever's hiring things.
Okay.
It is, as I said, the first actual, like, thing that feels out of place, criminal, or in any way below the not quite up to snuff in the entirety of the city so far that you've seen. Or at least in the entirety of this district.
Okay. I think he'd probably just not hang out, because that would attract attention probably, but meander around for a little bit, just listening to a lot of it and trying to figure out some of the slang and see if he can kind of intuit any sort of hierarchy, if he can start picking up, like, if he were to try to infiltrate it all, where might he start?
Alright, give me a wisdom into it. Charisma. No, you're not really talking at all here or anything. Yeah, I'm gonna say wisdom into it.
Yikes.
Let's see,
Yikes.
Oh boy.
Oof.
It is very much, like, this is not the same operational structure. The best way I could describe it would be like a tree. The roots are everywhere. This is kind of the trunk, and then everything expands again. The best thing String can seem to figure out is that these are all... There's no hierarchy here. These are all just middlemen that are... The people who want jobs come here and talk to these people, and they never find out who's employing them. They're told, you know, you need to do this by then. This guy needs intimidating, say this. That sort of thing. But beyond that, like, translations as to what means what is... It's a mess, especially without wanting to directly interact with them or, you know, learn some on-the-job training, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the last thing. Is there a place...
It's called the Meal Market, by
nearby?
the way. Just
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there a place nearby, but not necessarily directly at the meal market, that he could potentially be relatively hidden and watch to see people coming and going?
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely do, you know, blocks on the main street nearby and just kind of do the occasional loop as if he's, like, tailing someone, but without actually tailing them. That's definitely viable.
Okay.
You want to do that and see what else comes about?
Yeah.
Alright. Give me a charisma sneak. Oh my god.
Fuck yeah.
Listen, String's got the things he's good at. Those are the things he's damn good at.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I feel like I'm finally getting to use my high charisma stat.
Well, you do have to talk and interact with people and be around people in order to use charisma, which String does not do a lot.
I know, he hates it, but he's so good at it.
Quiet and hot.
Alright, and you're gonna spend the next little while just keeping your eyes and ears peeled as you make the occasional loop around the street, the alleyway known as the Meal Market.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Rohan, Mira.
Yes.
You make your way back towards the Lucian Ray. It's, you know, early afternoon now. It is less bustling than it was this morning. It's obvious that most of the students are probably in classes, or, you know, the Brights in training are busy with other things. They are not waking up, not doing work. You don't quite have the place to yourself, but it is definitely less open than it was. Or it's definitely, like, you wouldn't be able to blend in, is the best way, I think, to describe it.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I would like to go check out the Lucian Wonders shop.
Alright.
Yeah. I figure that place is magical if you want to ask there, Mira, but if you have somewhere else you think you should check, then that's cool too.
Do you think they have public records of any kind?
Good question.
I guess we can ask while we're there.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, I have no idea, but that seems like the kind of thing they would have.
Let's go.
Cool. Yeah, the Lucian Wonder shop.
All right. You make your way over to Lucian Wonders. And, it's not exactly quaint, but it is not large either. You can see there is a small walkway coming into a side door. Like, you head down the main path that leads to it, but there's a side door that takes out to what looks like a very large gazebo where there's a couple of what look like Lucian Ray students sitting around. And beyond that, the path seems to continue to another wing of the campus itself, of the university, the school, whatever you want to call it. But you head in, and as you go to open the door, it automatically just swings open ahead of you. The door handle actually whispers, "Welcome," as you head in.
I don't care for that. Okay.
And, yeah, you make your way in where you see a woman, maybe early 20s, long brown hair, a simple dress, stand up from a book she was reading, put the spectacles on top of her head, and, she just gives a slight bow and, "Hello there, welcome to Lucian Wonders. What is it I can help you all find? Is there something specific, or?"
Hi. No, not really. We were just we were on campus on some business, and we saw the sign, and was hoping to check it out and see what kinds of items you might have to offer.
Well, we have, are you looking for something fun, a prank to play, something you feel we're not going to find much that is very useful? What sort of work are you in? Is there something? We have many things here that are questionable, just barely worth more than the matter that was used.
I'm a great collector of items that are almost worthless. So
Mira smiles.
You have come to the right place.
Amazing. Yeah, things that are fun or seem almost useless but are, entertaining in some way is always great. Yeah.
And she pulls out a small copper coin. It's a little bit larger than a regular copper coin by maybe, like, you wouldn't notice it if it was with the rest, but if you compared it to one, it does seem a little bit larger. And she places it down on the counter. If you would wish to flip that, it is always a wonder.
Okay, I flip it.
As it's in the air and flips, you hear
I hate that.
What? I flip it again. Oh, I hate that. I love it. Okay.
By the way, if you find anything that could be used to get back at Zane and Stacia,
Absolutely. Okay. That is fascinating. Horrifying. I am interested. Is there anything else you'd like to show me?
here was I'm interested.
Yes, a little bit.
Oh, well,
What a stupid thing to have in your possession, you know?
Well, certainly a reasonable price can be found. We try to, negotiate prices. What would you be willing to offer? Everything here is, of course, supporting the, continued tuition of all of our students here at the Lucian Ray, so...
Sure,
including
I guess can
myself, so...
Oh, amazing. How long have you been here?
Oh, she thinks back and... going on 9 years, I believe.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. I was hoping to get in myself, but, the, you know, circumstances are maybe not looking that way at the moment.
It is not the easiest without a commitment.
Right, absolutely. Actually, on that note, my friend here, Miro, had a question as well. Since it sounds like you've been here for a while, maybe you can answer for her.
She turns, looking.
Yes. Well, I was just wondering if there are any sort of records that we could look at for maybe professors who have worked here. I'm trying to find information on my father, who I didn't know very well.
I am confident that the Lucian Ray does have records, but you would need to speak with, you would need a meeting with one of the professors, Scholars Board probably, to get access to that.
Okay.
I see.
I'm sure they would be more than willing to meet with you in the morning or in the evening when they do not have classes.
Yeah, we do know a couple of people. I turned to Mira, like, we do know a couple of people on the Scholars Board or who are associated with them. So I think maybe we can speak to them and they should be able to help us out in that case. Hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah. As for the copper coin, I guess first, is there anything else you have around that?
Of
you know,
course,
I just
we have
wanted to
much
get
more. She directs you to a small table that has some items on display, and as she moves over, you can see that like this almost invisible dome is over it, and as she moves over, she moves her hand, and the dome fades away, and you can see a small pebble. It's a little dark and gray, and there's a little cut across it where it looks like something heavy had fallen on it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But it is mostly smoothed out, presumably from years in water.
Mm-hmm.
It is emitting a faint silvery light, about an inch.
Okay.
And she just holds it up. You have this this lovely little pebble. It glows.
Ah, that is lovely, but I don't think I would need that. Not that I need any of this, I guess, but you know, I don't think I would. Yeah,
She
I
gives
don't think that's
a
what I'm looking
smile.
for.
We have a this little, and she goes to a tankard. It is it looks like it had a latch for a top as well, but it is missing or broken.
Okay.
We have this tankard here. It is self-warming. Any liquid in it will be warmed, but not for very long. Probably 10-15 minutes. It can make cold water lukewarm, lukewarm water not hot. I don't know what's above warm. She kind of shrugs.
Okay.
But found the best use is keeping hot things warm a little while longer.
Okay. How big is it?
It's maybe, I'd say, a 20-ounce tankard.
Okay.
It has a handle, and you can see where like there would be like a latch, like a hinge, where it would like open and close a flap for a lid, but it is missing.
Imagine putting something like milk in it.
Ugh, gross. Okay. I hate to say it, but the copper coin is still in the lead.
The first time you like flip that to Frey, Frey's gonna fucking tear your head off.
There's just something about the idea of giving somebody a coin to flip and not telling them, and for it to go is like, oh, what the fuck?
It's scary.
It's so stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else? I mean,
Oh, there's
it's cool if
plenty.
there is.
We have probably over 100 things here because the GM spent one day just designing random bullshit because he had nothing better to do with his life.
Is there anything here that does approach usefulness?
Are you asking her or me?
Her, I guess.
Okay, of course there's plenty of things. It just depends on how you define useful. After all, the things that are too useless, we re-enchant, take the mana out, and get rid of. Whereas
Sure.
the things that are too useful are, well, used.
Yes. Yeah, I define useful pretty broadly.
You seem to think that laughing coin is useful.
Useful might be a strong word for that, but it is. It
Well, we
is
have
at
this
least-
this quill, and she heads over and lifts up a quill. Anything written on this with any ink, the ink will fade away and disappear after, I believe, about 5 or 6 minutes.
Huh. That does seem useful.
Does it?
Well, I'm a scammer, so I like.
She
I'm
looks
like-
at
You
you.
saying that out loud?
You say that.
No. I don't say that out loud. I mean, I say it quietly to Mira.
She's
I do
standing
say
next to you.
I like turn to her. I mean, you know,
Okay,
if she hears
yeah.
me, that's fine. But I don't want it to seem
no, it's
like I
fine.
am broadcasting this. You know, I have interactions with people where that might be useful. Yeah, but I mean, if that's sort of the most useful thing you have, then I might go for
I don't know what you define as useful. We could be here all day.
I mean, I'm happy to be here all day, but
Oh.
no, I guess I mean like, well, okay, let me actually posit this. We do have some people who have pranked us recently, and something to get back at them might be useful.
She thinks for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
She heads behind the counter and pulls out a hand mirror because the GM loves enchanting hand mirrors with random bullshit.
I love hand mirrors.
Fun little peek behind the curtain. This was one of the options I was thinking about giving you guys a long time ago.
Ooh, okay.
And she hands it to you.
Okay, I will look at it.
You look at it, and she just goes, just wait a moment.
Okay.
About 2 minutes go by, maybe 2.5. And then you see yourself wink.
Why? Okay. Interesting. I hand it to Mira just to like, I don't know, just to, I guess so she can experience this too. You know, I think
what was it again?
it's
a
a
hand
hand
mirror.
mirror, and if you look at it for a couple of minutes, you can see yourself wink.
Does it work on her?
Oh, good question.
Yep, it seems to.
How strange.
You know what? I'll take the quill and the coin.
She places them both on the counter and continues looking for anything else that may be interesting as I scroll through
Yeah, that's cool.
She produces a small, almost like, it's like halfway between like silver and copper. It looks like a very faded silver or a very shiny copper bell. And she like rings it. It seems to ring back.
Okay.
And she holds it up. And she just like then
Yep. Sorry.
then she turns back, grabs the coin, flips it, it goes and then the bell echoes it.
Amazing. Okay. I do love that. Okay. I love both of those together. I love both of those together specifically.
It will echo most any sound, and as she says that, it goes like, it will echo any sound. It seems like it does cut off after a few words.
Sure. Okay, yeah. How much for that, for the coin and for the quill?
She thinks for a moment. For all three? 150 silver.
Would you take 120?
How about we throw in something that you would consider useless and go 150?
Okay, what did you have in mind?
She begins looking. You can tell she's trying to, like, essentially sell something that's been impossible to sell.
Sure.
As she begins just digging through. And she produces a small, simple, like, white, slightly melted candle on a little candle holder. She snaps her fingers and it lights. And then she starts... And it starts, like, dancing to the beat.
Okay. I mean... I like look at Mira like, I guess Frey uses candles a lot. Maybe he would like this. I have no idea. Sure.
She shrugs.
All right. 150 silver for all four. I'll do it.
Claps her hands. Lovely. I will get it all ready for you.
Amazing. Okay.
And she produces a slightly too large leather pouch with a simple emblazoned emblem of an L and then a W interlocking. And puts all of the items in it. She does before she puts the candle in, like pinch it so it goes out.
Okay. Amazing. All right. Well, pleasure doing business with you.
And you as well. Please come back if you ever need any useful items. We always are getting new things.
Okay. Amazing. Cool. I will head out. Mira, if you'd like to try to see if the Scholars Board people are in now, we can definitely go drop by, but...
Yes!
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
So, your final list is an echoing bell.
Yes.
A laughing coin.
Yes.
A dancing candle.
Yes.
What the hell was the last thing you bought?
The quill. The disappearing quill.
Ah, yes. Disappearing ink quill. It did not come with ink, by the way.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, what a lovely combination of things you bought.
Yes. I do feel like there's definitely some pranking to be had with the coin and the bell. If you like hide the bell somewhere.
Oh.
Yes, that would be.
Okay. Amazing.
And with that, Garrett, you were staying with Viv to investigate the attack. What are you exactly looking for, looking into, etc.?
Sorry, I just got butt dialed. By someone. So okay. So you're asking, I'm with Viv. What am I looking into? Like what they've.
Yeah, like you said, you were going into
Okay.
the investigation to find out what she was doing. Is there anything specific you're investigating, looking into, etc.? Like.
Mostly, it would be like what kind of leads they do have, if anything. You know, who they thought might have been behind it. You know, basically they've had this whole time, but they haven't kind of progressed forward, it seems, or at least as far as the information that I have is that they haven't progressed forward. So it's really just kind of like what, you know, what do they know about like the bomb? Like how did the bomb, you know, like was it a suicide bomber? Was it like a bomb, you know, like...
So, what the investigation did turn up was, it seems like multiple powder kegs were set throughout the house.
Okay.
Like, mostly, like, it seems like on the floors that were not available to guests during the party. And, like, in the attic, that sort of thing. From what they gather, it seems like there were between 10 and 12 of them.
Okay, so between 10 to 12 barrels of powder, blasting powder, were brought in completely unobserved by any of the servants or anything and placed on areas that guests would most likely not be at. Okay.
Or at least where they were unable to access. Because, like, again, I'm talking, like, second, third floor stuff.
Right.
Like, essentially to bring the building down on people.
So, in order for this stuff to even get in the first place, they would have had to have infiltrated the servants. Does the investigation seem to lead towards that conclusion?
The guards, like, they had Ducal guards interview every servant, everyone there. Nothing.
Nothing. So no one knew how these got there.
No.
Okay.
Like, they even interviewed, like, the personal guards of the Viacor estate.
Right, and they didn't see anything. Alright, and then did it go off at a specific time? Like, was it triggered to coincide with a specific event, or did it just go off and cause chaos?
It seemed like it just went off randomly. Like, there wasn't like, oh, everyone's here, let's do a dance. It just kind of, in the evening after it was after everyone had got there.
Right.
But, yeah.
Is there anything confirmed missing that theoretically shouldn't be missing? So, for example, obviously, I'm sure various works of art were destroyed in the explosion, but there should be some pieces
seeing
left
if there was anything stolen that this might be a cover-up for.
Right. Was anything, is there anything that could have been stolen and then, boom, blown up? Oh, hey, now everything looks like it's gone.
Give me a wisdom notice. Int notice.
notice. We're gonna roll for in notice.
All right, and I am also going to want a int administer.
Ooh, I might have administer as a negative.
I'm gonna say Viv is helping you, and she's poured over these, so you are going to get +1 to it.
Okay, so we'll get a +1, so that gives me 2 in answer. And you said int administer?
Int administer, yep. This is what you can observe. Wow! Combined with all of the information that was written down during the investigation.
The administer is all on Viv.
Honestly, that's a fucking 10 on Garrett already. Like a nat 11.
Yeah.
Garrett put some work in here. He is ready to find out what the fuck happened.
You don't get to blow up Garrett's wife without him coming for you.
Hey, they only blew up her legs, kind of.
Garrett's the only one who's allowed to blow up anything around his wife, and that's only after they've eaten beans.
Oh god. She would fucking chop his fucking legs off herself.
She would.
Anyway, so you spend the next little while, you compare everything that was there to everything that was noted as missing, or everything that was noted as damaged, and see if there's anything missing. You go over the interviews again. You go over any notes from them that the Ducal guards took. Everything... Like, the Ducal guards were very thorough. There's nothing that makes sense, nothing that's... God damn, a 10. This is gonna change things a little bit. Wasn't expecting Garrett to go full fucking crazy man on me with this. The one thing you do note is... from the Ducal Guard security that night, there was one person who handled what seems like most of the interviews with the hired help. And that would be... Oh god. I need Garrett's backstory notes up. Oh fuck. I've been staring at Artaviste too long, I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
Would be Ducal Guard Amos Bennett. Type that out.
Okay.
Who did most of the interviews, like, with the staff, that, like, your regular staff, like, the ones who survived and things like that. And he didn't delve too deeply into them. Like, he was like, where were you? Like, all of them, like, all of his notes are just like, they were here when it happened. Before that, they were working with so-and-so. Like, it is definitely not as detailed as most of the other things.
Okay, Amos Bennett.
But yeah, that's what you're able to find out. After hours of pouring through things with Viv and going over everything, it's the one name where, like, the stories are all just very similar. Like, it's like, here's 3 lines of notes on this interview saying, oh yeah, they've been working for this many years for them, well trusted and vouched for, been here, they were working the morning of, and they were here when the explosion happened.
Okay, so we might want to track down guard Bennett there and see if we can interview him, find out why was he less detailed than the rest of the accounts that we're seeing here. That just something doesn't feel right about that.
Perhaps the fresh eyes are in fact what we needed. And she just kind of shakes her head. I do not know. Do not really know. I'm sure one conversation with the captains of the Bastion will be able to find us what we need, though. Is that not right, Gerrit?
I sure hope so.
You've been here a day and a half and we have a lead. You've not been home 2 days and I feel more hope than I did in the months preceding it. Promise me you will not leave again, Gerrit.
I've got to track down whoever did this.
But no more being gone for years. It was concerning. And she just kind of looks down and blinks away a couple of tears. I never felt like I was in danger before. Even being on the road with you and the Ombre Eye and all of that shite, not the same, Gerrit. It's the first time anyone's hurt me.
I just kind of pull her into a hug and whisper into her ear that it will be the last time if there's anything I can do about it as well.
She gives a very curt smile at that and we will raise this attack and everyone behind it to the ground. I'm confident. And with that, before we get to Frey's Day with Bill Abney, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Alrighty. We return to Frey, making your way to the nearby bastion.
Yes. So, Frey, following Garrett's directions, maybe only getting a little lost, but he does find his way there. He is going to head inside and inquire about William Abney.
As you head inside, before you can even make it to the nearby desk, he doesn't quite come running, but you could tell he was like kind of waiting at the door as he emerges from a nearby bench where he was speaking with someone and just, didn't think you'd make it so promptly, love. How are things today? How's Artaviste treating you?
Well, it's been quite entertaining so far. We had quite the night last night, meeting some of Garrett's old friends. But it was really all quite exhausting. I might have stayed up a little too late.
Oh, is that why your hair is like that? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
And Frey is he's reaching up to check his hair.
I don't think I've ever seen you with anything wrong with you. You always look like you've gotten a full night's sleep.
Oh, you can't say things like that.
Oh, it's fun to see you look frazzled, though.
Well, I'm happy to provide some entertainment. But how was your evening?
He kind of like his very like boisterous chest puff demeanor that he generally has kind of deflates for a second. I don't know what to do with me quite yet. You see, I'm assigned to you until this whole thing ends, I suppose, at this point. And they want me to keep doing that, but while you're in the city, there's not really a lot for me to do, so no one really knows what to do with me.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind having you around as a bodyguard.
Like, was that not like the first conversation we had? That I'm awful at that sort of thing.
You don't have to necessarily be good at that sort of thing, as long as there's the appearance.
Okay, so I appear good, and then when you're attacked, I appear useless.
Well, if there's ever a situation I can't talk my way out of, then I think we're already far past.
What if it's a case of you know, telling someone a fortune and it turns out they're a fan, or someone who's mad that you weren't correct years ago? What then, love? They found you, they tracked you down, they've been hunting you for years, and they come forth and they want to tackle you and stab you and kill you and...
You've clearly put an awful lot of thought into this theoretical situation. Should I be worried?
So I'm just saying, I mean... Sometimes, what else am I supposed to think of, like, when I'm doing guard duty?
Things that aren't quite so grim.
I'm always worried. I mean, like I said, I'm not great at swordplay or anything.
Well, why did you get into this line of work then?
I mean, I like the people aspect. You know, talking to people and talking to people. Like, I like the idea of keeping people safe, and you know, I like the part where, you know, you get someone and you catch them on a lie, and I didn't steal that chicken, and then I go, yes, you did, because someone saw you stealing that chicken, and they go, well, it's not fair, and then I'll go, well, too bad, you broke the law. I like that part.
Oh, you like playing the detective, or at least the part that comes after the case has been solved.
I mean, you know, I like finding out about things, talking to people. Like, I'm just not good at the fighting part, which unfortunately is kind of where I'm stuck at right now. I mean, you know, I'm good at keeping my eyes out, knowing people, remembering a face. Not that anyone can forget yours.
Well, perhaps you can help me today then, because I am hoping to, perhaps as we explore the city, I'll see if we can find any leads as to our, face-stealing troublemaker. Speaking of, the rest of your people here, they're aware of the situation?
I mean, to a degree, it's a lot to put a face that we don't really have out there for everyone to see.
I can certainly see the problem in that. Would it help if I described what he looked like?
I mean, yes, but
I'm quite good at sketching myself as well.
oh,
As in,
lovely.
I myself am quite good at sketching faces.
There we go then. Why don't you give us a sketch? We can at least, you know, get it here at this bastion. Someone can try and copy it. Keep our eyes peeled.
Right. Right. I can certainly... I'm sure I could get something done this evening.
Lovely. I mean, it's a start.
Well, let's not be any later then. And I am quite hungry.
So am I. So, you are new in town? Compared to me, who's not exactly... You know, I'm not really a city boy, but... Hey, wherever you want. You lead. I will follow.
Well, I don't know if I'll be quite good at leading, being entirely new to the city myself,
Oh,
but...
come on now, I've seen you dance.
Well, if I recall, you did take the lead there in the end.
Oh, only when you forced me to.
Well, Garrett did give me a couple possibilities. Are you familiar with either the Starlit Tavern or the Plentiful Pantry?
Sorry, the Witch Tavern? This is out of character.
Did I write that down wrong? Starlit Tavern? Or was it in the Starlit
It's in the
District?
Starlight Corridor. Yeah,
Okay.
the Twin Moons Tavern in the Starlight Corridor.
Twin Moon. Okay.
Yeah.
I smushed them together. The Twin Moon
I was
Tavern.
like, Starlit Tavern? There's no way I have a Starlight District that also wrote a Starlit Tavern.
Wasn't the Starlit Tavern in Fortuna Sol, where we got that fancy meal from before
That sounds more
Goblin
right.
Street tried to kill everyone?
I also could not get the name of that place right.
I mean, I don't think I've eaten at either of them, but, wait, whatever you think sounds about. I mean, Twin Moons?
Twin Moon does sound,
It sounds fancy at
Far more
Artaviste,
mystical.
but, you know, if you go to... He kind of, like, thinks for a moment and just, you know, out in, I'm brain farting, sorry, out in, Dulcerie, Twin Moons just sounds like, two kids sticking their ass out.
really, that's what you think.
I mean, it's much fancier here in Artaviste.
Well, I say we check it out. I've always had an affinity for the stars and the moon.
He gives a agreeing nod and holds a hand out. You seem to know your way around, so after you, Mr. Frey.
All right then. And Frey will, I guess, try to find his way to the Starlight District and the Twin Moon Tavern, and he is not afraid to ask for directions.
If he's not afraid to ask for directions, then there is no problem finding it. Any loss is people are more than willing to help. So you end up at a very lively tavern. It is, you know, it's early afternoon at this point, like noon, like 1 o'clock-ish probably. And heading inside, it's very upbeat. There's lots of just activity that people are excited and eating. There's the smell of what seems like a very heavily seasoned, like, almost like strong, not quite burning, but this like really strong, like black pepper smell. And you can see across on the other side of the tavern where it looks like there are maybe 4 dozen chickens on a rotisserie being cooked, and there is just what seems like a cook dumping ground black pepper on them as they rotate. The rest of it obviously hitting directly onto the fire and making it very peppery in here. The main hall, there are 2 large lanterns hanging from the ceiling, with both of them giving off a heavy, round silver light, the titular two moons. It is a two-story building, and the second story is just a balcony with what looks like seats for two people, just, two chairs, table, all around the balcony for people to essentially people watch down to the main hall itself. There is a stage across the side that almost the entire balcony can see, along with the long tables, like mead hall style tables that are on the main hall.
Is this an indoor balcony or an outdoor balcony?
Indoor. It's like an indoor balcony, like looking down and everything.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Frey would definitely like seats on that balcony, hopefully, as far away from that overwhelming pepper smell as possible.
Yeah, getting up to the second floor does help. And, otherwise, it is... You kind of sit down, a moment later, someone comes in, it's just like, they give you just a look, like, they don't even say anything, they just kind of like, give you a look, and then after that, just, the gentleman, is there something specific you are all going to be looking for, or?
What was that look for?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay.
Can't quite tell. Seemed like the server was expecting something.
Oh, were we supposed to wait to be seated? Okay. Frey will give him a smile and say, sorry, I'm rather new to the city. We were hoping to get some food here.
Well, the pepper chicken is going to be ready soon. It is just needing of about the 15 minutes rotating. We can do a half chicken, a whole chicken, depending on how hungry you are. It is not quite our specialty, but definitely our most popular dish. We do have many options for wines, and beers, ales, whatever it is you're looking for.
Frey will look over at William. So what are you in the mood for?
I mean, I haven't really eaten much since we got here yesterday, so at least one whole chicken, probably. I could polish off one on my own, probably.
Let's say a chicken and a half, then.
He looks surprised. And, if you have a soup, a stew, whatever you have, I'm always interested in trying the local pot. And, kind of, like, turns to you. Anything else we should be having? Any fruits?
Yes, a bowl of whatever your seasonal fruits are.
The gentleman kind of gives a nod. All right, and we also have fresh grilled corn if you're interested as well. Buttered, peppered, and ready to go.
Well, I'll have one of those as well.
Very well. He heads off, and then pauses for a second, and turns back. And for drinks, I says.
Well, I do enjoy a good red wine.
He gives a nod, and Abney just nods in agreement. We'll have whatever he's having, love. You'll seem like you got a good thing going. I'm sure it'll be good.
Yeah, Frank gives a smile at that, and he'll look back at the server and, yeah, whatever you recommend.
The gentleman gives a nod and kind of a slow bow, and then quickly heads back downstairs. So,
I believe we might have committed some kind of faux pas.
who cares? Who cares? We're here, we're happy, and they're still getting our coin. Let's not worry about it, huh, love? There's so many other things we could be worried about.
What are you worrying about, besides your work dilemma?
I mean, it's less of a dilemma and more of a I don't know what to do with myself. Never really just had free downtime and motivation before.
Well, could always help us with our search for MacBraonan, wherever he might be.
I mean, of course. As soon as I get orders I'm allowed to, I'm in.
Really, you can't just do it on your own?
No, I'm beyond. Sure, maybe back at Ulcery, I'd be able to just kind of do whatever I wanted, but here there's you don't just get to head out and do what you want, especially when you're not trusted, known entity. As the captain gives me orders that I'm free to investigate, I'll be on it. Hopefully, with your sketch, we'll have a start there, love.
Yeah, we'll make sure that happens. Perhaps I can even have a word with your captain tonight.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully, you can talk to my captain. That I can stay out late. And he gives a little bit of like a mocking himself smile from that.
Frey gives him a half smile. Really, there must be something else you like to occupy yourself with besides work. I mean, clearly at home you had your goats.
Yeah, I loved them. They were great. Honestly, I kind of miss it. Having a little farm out there. Actually, I think it's a ranch if it's animals, and a farm if it's plants. I'm not sure. Farm sounds better, so I always call it a farm, but it's not really a farm. That was kind of what I did, though. I had my farm that wasn't a farm, and I had my job as a guard that wasn't a guard.
Well, once we're done with this business, there'll be nothing stopping you from heading back to your farm and your goats.
I mean, sure, but hopefully this business takes a little while. I mean, it's nice getting out, being different, seeing perspective. Not to say that I want MacBraonan to escape or something or hurt nobody, but you know, it's different being here, being out and about with you.
Well, you'll certainly have to find some time to hopefully explore the city a little more, find those new perspectives.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, without my farm, I mean, not a lot else I can do right now, so sleeping in barracks and Bastion's not exactly lovely either, but orders is orders right now.
Well, perhaps we could have a carrot arranged for you to have a room at his estate.
That's a lot. That's feels above me, really. Normally it's years of vouching just to even be able to work in the palace. Let alone stay there.
You have a connection? Why not take advantage of it?
He kind of just looks down and seems unfair, really. I don't like the idea of having it handed to me, love. Just because I was lucky enough to run into you in the middle of the night in Dulcery, you were kind enough to not tell me to fuck right off at my offer to join when you could have had anyone do it. That's the only reason I'm here. I didn't work for it, it was luck.
But you still chose to join us in this endeavor to help us find somebody. There was no real reason to do so. No, certainly MacBraonan isn't your responsibility in any way.
Yeah, but anyone could have volunteered. Most people would have. I just happened to get there first. Luck. I don't want to be commended for being lucky. So, love.
Well, how about this? You accompany me around town today, around the city. Just to... It would make me feel good to know that there is somebody at my side as I explore, keep an eye out, and you wouldn't be doing any unofficial business, just accompanying a friend.
He considers for a second and then just nods. I mean, yeah, that sounds good. Nothing unofficial, just accompanying you. Till someone gives me my orders.
And who knows when those might come.
The right things move around here, and how unexpected my arrival is, all things considered, I'm sure it won't be anytime soon.
Well, we certainly can't have you in limbo.
Yeah. Sure you'll find some place for me. And he keeps just doing these like half smiles, like he's nervous to be too excited.
Okay. Frey leans back in his seat. Definitely a very casual air about him. But really, I don't think it's such a... I don't think it's such a terrible thing to accept an offer when one is given.
Maybe if I earned it, but again, I didn't. I've done nothing. I've joined you a lot and had conversations and drank a beer sitting across from people I work with.
Providing company isn't nothing. It's been good to have some cheer after some of the things we've seen, things we've done.
He just gives a nod at that, and yeah, I guess that's worth something. So once we get on eating, where to then?
Well, I thought we might start over in the New Brand Commons.
He just gives a nod at that. Sounds good.
Do you know anything about that district?
Commons, I mean, it's houses and people, for the most part. I mean, houses, and more houses crammed up against each other. Sure, 50 years ago, they would have been considered a bit shit, but now, I mean, especially after the Black Sword, just having a house inside of Artaviste's walls is status.
I have heard that there isn't really any truly poor districts in the city.
Not really. Anything that was poor kind of outside the city, but further out. Probably the richest man in Dulcerie be living in a townhouse here in the city. Probably in the Commons.
Hard to imagine. Really, I was always more used to extremes, to types of people, types of communities.
He just kind of shakes
opposite ends
his
of the
head.
social ladder.
He just kind of shakes his head, and general rule of thumb, the closer you are to Artaviste, the nicer, safer, more affluent the world is. Sure, it's not perfect. People still commit crimes. We still have to be here. The Duke of God, I mean, but like the attack on Mr. Garrett's Mr. Vehicle's family.
Even if there's the shiniest of veneers, there's always something underneath.
He gives a nod in agreement and continues the conversation as the food starts to arrive, the drinks start to arrive, and shortly after he insists on covering the entire bill for this meal.
Ray won't complain about that. He'll oh yes, he'll smile and oh, thank you. You're quite generous of you.
The least I could do, love. Especially how we're looking right now. It's gonna be a long day.
I'll have to pick up the next one.
Yes. Don't argue.
Maybe we'll find something for dessert along the way.
And he just kind of like mumbles under his breath. I've got a couple of ideas.
Frey, very kind of a laugh on his voice. He'll just say, don't get yourself too carried away. It's still early.
Yes, yes. Getting carried is for later, I understand. So we'll get this done. You'll lead the way through a city neither of us really know. Right, love?
I don't know why you keep trusting me to lead.
Because I'm not going to.
Oh. Well, I can't promise that we won't get horribly lost.
Neither can I.
Let's go see what Artaviste has to offer then. I'd say we look for places where people like to gather. Loose lips and all that.
He gives a nod of agreement. And after paying, you guys make your way out of the Twin Moons. And then on to the... What is Frey investigating at this point? Anything that might lead to any information regarding MacBraonan?
Yeah, he is basically going to ask around about him, and also about I think it was Rachel Blakely, that he's supposed to be
Rashiel, I think.
Oh,
Rashiel Blakely, yeah.
Rashiel. Yes, he was all supposed to be, all getting vengeance on. He would not ask about, Ozzy by name. Instead, more like descriptors, maybe kind of, pointing out the likes to play with knives thing. Kind of like playing it up as a curiosity, or even someone he met on the road that he was trying to, meet up with again.
Okay. Okay. Alright, and your hunt begins. Give me a Charisma Connect.
Okay.
It's time for Frey to put his work shoes on. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Well, that's a really bad roll for Frey.
Yeah, that's really
Holy
bad.
shit. Alright. And the hunt begins. The next few hours consist of seeing the sights and seeing any information. No one seems to speak up regarding Blakely or MacBraonan. Is there any specific information you're connecting them with, or just asking one about a description and the other about a name?
Blakely, because he has no idea who this person is and doesn't know anything about them, he just, searched for a name there. And for MacBraonan, it'd be more about, if he's been spotted in the city, whereabouts he might have been spotted. Or even just, locations that might attract that sort of, rougher clientele.
Okay. Well, Frey, I would like you to also give me a wisdom notice.
Okay.
Just curious. All right. we get a nice little fun moment here where let me double check my okay. So, Strieg,
Yes.
as you are continuing your investigations into the criminal underground, You're a few hours in. You've honed in on the meal market as the place to find, the place where people who want to do wrong can find a job, essentially. And what the asking around and watching the clientele surprises you with most as you are blending in is, at first you don't immediately recognize it, but Frey and William together doing this definitely is not blending into a crowd, though they don't seem to notice you, as they are nearby in their hunt for anything in the commons that would possibly have to do with all of this. If you wish to act on this information at all, feel free. If not, just feel free.
I won't interact with them at all, but do I notice anyone else seem to particularly keep an eye on them, or that maybe after they walk away seem to hurry off very quickly?
I like this. Give me a wisdom notice. Oh,
yes!
Shit! Oh.
Reek sees everything.
Listen, Streak's in his fucking element now.
You told me to go to the criminal underground, and I started rubbing my greedy little rat hands.
Oh. You watch for a little while, and then instead of trailing around the meal market, you notice that while Frey is very good at talking to people and smoothing things over, Frey is not the best at paying attention to when things are happening around him that he maybe wouldn't notice. So you kind of circle around, and you notice after maybe 20 minutes or so, there seems to be someone, a woman, maybe mid-30s, wearing a long, simple cloak. Nothing noticeable about her. She just long, dark hair in a single braid. Maybe black, maybe dark brown, you can't really tell. That has been, seems like, trailing Frey and Will.
Getting closer, or seems to be maintaining the same distance?
Maintaining distance. And you notice, like, if Frey stops to talk to someone, the woman pulls out what seems to be a small journal and starts writing in it.
Okay. I will... As she stalks them, I will kind of start to stalk her from a distance then.
Okay. It's a daisy chain. By the end of the session, everyone is following everyone else and no one knows. Oh, all right. So you have your attention diverted from the meal market to this woman who is curiously following Frey.
Yes.
This continues for maybe an hour total. Frey occasionally hopping in conversations, making very close and immediate acquaintances, and getting the love and adoration of everyone he interacts with. Except for that person still following him. That woman is still just obviously notices him, obviously following him, but after about an hour or so, she finishes writing something up and she turns to leave, splitting up.
I'm gonna follow her.
Okay, not following Frey.
No.
Alright. You follow her back where she cuts down a couple of alleys and eventually breaks away from pretty much every crowd to a residential area that does not have that much movement here in the late afternoon. Are you still trying to sneak?
I am still trying to sneak. I don't want her to see me.
All right, this time I'm gonna need a dex sneak. As if that's gonna ever be worse. Yeah, that is actually worse, but as all you need to at least she doesn't seem to notice you.
Okay.
You follow her as she begins speaking to... She runs into someone else in an alleyway and talks to them. And they quickly... You can't make out anything about them. They're another big, nondescript cloak. Much taller. Based on the build, probably a guy like 6'4", 6'5", like broad-shouldered. But he quickly jogs off after a minute of conversation. And she heads to the end of the alleyway that you're following her on, and then she ducks down behind some rubble. It looks like a broken bed frame and a crate that is leaning up against. She doesn't seem to notice you from your vantage point, but she's just ducking there and, like, looking around and waiting.
Okay, so the guy that she was talking to ran off, but it looks like she's waiting at the front of the alley.
Yeah, hiding, like, you know, occasionally looking out onto the main street, but mostly hiding. And there's, like, from where you are, not quite at the other end of the alley. It's not very large, but, you know, you can't really approach without giving away your position at this point. There's just no physical way to get closer.
Could I tail the guy without her seeing me?
I mean, you can, like, they split up a couple minutes ago at this point.
Okay.
So, unless you...
I'll see if I can catch up to him.
Okay, give me a... int notice. You circle back to where the gentleman was, and you begin down the alleyway that he headed down when they split up. And you come to the end of it, and you can see he is heading back in that direction with he is now wearing what seems like full Ducal Guard gear, along with 4 other Ducal Guardsmen.
Interesting. And he's coming back, it seems like?
Yes, to the direction that you are hiding in.
Interesting. Okay, can I kind of... From where I am now, can I still see where the woman is hiding, or no?
No, they are, like, 3 alleys at a main street split them at this point.
Okay. Am I hidden well enough that they're
if he
likely
comes down
to
the alley,
walk
he's gonna
past
see
me?
you. Yeah, no, if they pass you, they will see you.
Can I get out of here before they see me?
You can? I would say... Give me a... I'm trying to figure out what you would roll for internal, like, calculus. To know, like, when you're... I'm gonna go with, intuit. To figure out... wisdom into it. To figure out exactly at what point you'd be like how quickly you'd be like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here, I'm gonna be trapped. Alright, yeah, you can see them arriving, and You see a couple of very subtle hand signals that the large man is giving, and a couple of the other guards start heading towards the other alleyways that are nearby, at least assuming that they're still heading the same direction. You have time. You're gonna have to be quick. Give me another dex sneak. Give me another dex sneak. Let's see how quick and fast you can be, and quiet. Quick and quiet. Fast and quiet.
Oh, fuck me.
You have enough time that you can see what's going on. And God, that tended to it. I get to actually build the scene. This is so exciting. And like trying to read his lips, he doesn't really say anything, but the body language, the subtle commands, you definitely get that oh shit moment where you realize these Duke Hall guards are trying to cut off your escape routes. She fucking saw you following her at some point.
Yeah.
This was a plan. You fell into a goddamn trap in these alleys. You are on a time frame, and you quickly, with everything you have got, try and quietly move out, hoping that the fact that they don't know exactly where you are is going to be enough to get out. Unfortunately, maybe it's the panic, maybe it's just bad luck, but as you turn and start to shimmy down and make your way down the alley, there is a large, shattered in half, like, I don't want to say 2x4. Yeah, 2x4 that is shattered in half. That looks like it was it looks a little bit like it's like dry rotted, or like it was rain rotted and now it's dried out. That looks like it was just thrown here, probably covering up a window at some point or something. And as you kind of move past it, you swear to God you didn't touch it, but it slides and onto the ground, and then you hear this bellowing, "Oi!" from the edge of the alley, and then boots beginning to pick up.
I'm running.
Oh boy, give me a con exert. Streak's running with everything he's got.
Shit. Where did my good rolls go?
Listen, the only reason you're not already captured is from a good roll. Take what you can get.
Alright, that's fair.
Oh god. I can't believe a 5 on a dex sneak, though.
I know, that's so
And
low
you
for me.
gun it back towards the main intersections of these alleys, cut through another one, and run with everything you've got, trying... What is the goal here? To get out of the alley, and then...
I want to find crowds that I can disappear into.
Okay, so get into a main street.
Yeah.
You run down and start to cut to the right, to the nearest alley, and you immediately see that there is already a silhouette. There is a guard moving in that direction, so you're forced to continue straight further down this alley. Or you can try and climb up some of the rubble and refuse and see if you can get onto the roof.
Alright, I'll climb.
If you go the alley, you are stuck, and it is a matter of you are either going to make it out or not. If you climb, you are obviously going to give yourself away, but you may be able to disappear.
I'll climb.
Alright, climb and give me a strength exert. See how fast Streak can climb up this fucking thing. Holy shit.
Thank God.
And like a cockroach out of Adarsh's nightmares, you scramble up the garbage, refuse, crates, and trash, flying up onto the roof with everything you've got, doing a little bit of a kick jump, and just crawling up onto the roof of this 2-story home. And you look around and... you can see the alleys. There are guards swarming towards you, including the woman that you were tailing.
She's a guard?
No, including, like, they are swarming and she is also looking.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. She's still dressed the same, but she is looking as well. They did see you, by the way. Like, they did see and
Yeah.
hear you climb up there. So, like, you can't hear, he's on the roof, fucking get him. Can't go far.
Are the roofs close enough together that I can start roof running, or
Yes,
no?
they are jammed together. Like I said, the townhomes are like 12, 14 homes together, and then there's an alley, and then another set of those townhomes, so...
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm booking it then.
Alright, give me now a dex exert to keep your footing as you run across all of these fucking rooftops like a goddamn Assassin's Creed. You can roll a 10 on strength exert, but a 7 on dex? What the fuck?
I don't get it. I have such a high dex.
Oh, it's those sweaty palms. Streak's all stressed.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know. You come up with a better reason. What's my job? To tell a story
he doesn't
here?
know this. He doesn't know this city as well.
Yeah. He's not used to this kind of roofing.
True. The shingles in this city are weird.
They're awful. And you run with everything you've got, running across one and then hopping onto another nearby roof. You have to wobble for a bit, and the chase seems to be on now. You are getting close. You've got one more set of roofs before you are at like, essentially, you can dip down into another alley, continue on, or try and... You know what? Let me see if I can give you... So... There we go. Start right over Artaviste here. There we go. So... Strieg is... very small. Strieg is here. You can essentially at any point dip down onto this side road, or you can try and make it to the main road. There are more alleys. Like, everything in this direction is alleys. This is one last alley. You can essentially choose to hop over one more set onto the last thing of the last row of townhomes and then make it to a main road, or you can try and get off on the side road. Or you can try and dip into the alley and hope that they haven't caught up to you yet. Or you can try and turn around and see where they are and stop.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
Or if you have any other ideas, I just presented a few. Feel free.
What's on my left?
To the left, there is... So it is... more townhomes and another alley. Like so. And then past that would be another side street like that.
Okay.
And you came from, like, down this way here.
Right.
Yeah, so you climbed up, hopped, ran one, you've jumped, and now you kind of have to make a choice. Look at
Okay,
the
no, I'm
tiny
still gonna
little
go
street.
for the... I'm gonna keep going for the main road.
Alright. Alright, keep going for the main road. You can, with a 7, you can keep going. You are losing steam. Like, once you hop to the second one here, you kind of, like, stumble for a second and have to catch yourself. You can hear the sounds of guards in chainmail running in your general direction.
Does it sound like they're on the roofs, or does it sound
No,
like
it does not sound like they're on the roofs. Surprisingly, guards in heavy armor are not very good at climbing.
Okay.
But no, it doesn't sound like they're on the roofs from what you can tell. But you make your way to the edge, and there are a couple of people looking at you because you are just standing on a roof. As you kind of make it over to this general area. And there is what looks like a canopy right below you. Seems like it's covering a window. Otherwise, you can try and just fucking jump it and hope you don't hurt yourself too badly.
Yeah, I'll try and jump.
Yeah, try and jump and not hurt yourself.
Yep.
Alright, give me... I'm gonna need 2 things. Well, I'm gonna need at least 1 thing. Another dex exert for the jump. Let's see how accurate this jump can be to avoid people and like land in the crowd. Whew. All right, give me an evasion save.
Oh, fuck.
All right, well, you are taking 4 damage.
Okay.
And as you land, you immediately just twist your ankle and just... And, that is going to make walking at a normal pace very difficult. Like, without a limp.
Mm-hmm.
But you are in the crowd now. Goodbye, baby Strieg. You've landed in the crowd. There's a few people just kind of staring at you. But the streets are still trying to move.
I will do my best to move with the street while not limping as much as I can.
All right, give me a charisma sneak at a -2.
Just -2 from
okay,
that.
so 8. All right. You seem to have gotten away. After a few minutes, even though you're limping and trying to hide it, just blending in, you're kind of just like walking on the other side of a wagon that's being pulled, and just kind of like, occasionally you just like stand in between a couple of people, stand next to somebody and just match their pace. Try not to look behind yourself, cloak up, huddle, try and change your gait any way you can, but hard to do when you're limping.
Okay. Am I in, like, is it, like, shops around me, restaurants, houses?
Yeah, it is, like, you are moving towards the edge of the commons area, but it is mostly going to be shops and houses.
What is the most random shop that is nearby?
That would be the Dusty Bookshelf.
Great, I'm gonna duck in and pretend to start looking at books.
Oh no! How's he gonna fake that one? Oh. Alright,
He's watched Rohan read a lot, he knows what it looks like.
Alright, you begin looking at books and...
The 50-50 chance you're holding it upside down.
Yeah, that's fair.
An elderly man with, like, very fainted, like, gray, mostly faded hair, wearing simple, like... threadbare almost robes. They're not quite tattered, but obviously falling away. Not nice anymore. Just kind of walks over towards you and just... Hello there, young man. What are we looking for? Something I can help you find?
Oh, just looking new to town and thought I'd stop in, see what you had. And I will flash him my most charming smile, pretending to be Frey.
Give me a charisma convince.
Yes!
Wow! Oh, it turns out if you do watch someone do something long enough, you can just copy them and it works.
Finally got to use your charisma.
Streak is a mimic.
Need anything at all, please. And he, like, gives you a pat on the shoulder. Do not hesitate to ask. I'll be right over there behind the desk.
Thank you. Yep. He's like gritting his teeth slightly as his ankle is jostled.
Well, that was a very interesting chase. Let's go see what's going on with Frey. Who knew none of that happened?
So fast.
Oh. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get these two characters connected. They're gonna get to share a seed out of serendipity.
No, Frey has no idea what was going on.
No,
He is oblivious.
it happens. So, your investigation continues. Oh god, where were we at with Frey? There we go. Mostly consisting of asking, hunting, and searching for any information regarding MacBraonan or the name Rashiel Blakely.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the description does not seem to strike up a mark with anyone, and no one mentions the name either.
Well, that is unfortunate. Frey, I think, he would also keep an eye out for maybe some street vendor, like dessert place, like a bakery or something.
All right. I mean, there's plenty of street vendors, especially like if you start making it like to the main streets themselves. Like once you're on the main street that like leads into Artaviste, like there's so many, you can buy pretty much anything there. So.
Okay. And I think he would also, seeing that he's not really getting anything on Blakely or MacBraonan, I think at some point he would start also kind of like, slipping into his conversations with people, just like he'd like to also know about maybe local fortune tellers, local seers. Is that even a thing in Artaviste when it has the Lucian Ray?
From what you gather, definitely not as much. It is seen, like, the general conversation that you don't even have to roll for is because of the, not necessarily ubiquity but of magic, but the ubiquity of knowledge of magic. It's seen more as entertainment in Artaviste than it is as, like, something that... Like, because it is something that, like, there are people who can use the arcane to divine information.
Mm-hmm.
They are able to, like, so a lot of that is the thing where, like, if someone sets up and that mage from the Lucia Ray comes by and is like, well, you're not magical, you can't tell my fucking future. Like, it's hard to dissuade against that. So it is definitely not as popular here in Artaviste as it is elsewhere in the world.
Okay.
Like, probably your best bet, if you were trying to do that, would be, like, inns, where there's going to be foreigners.
He'd also be curious about any actual names, because I think Frey is also going to be because part of the reason he came here, as, like, Rohan had suggested many sessions ago, was maybe Artaviste or the Lucian Ray would have, like, information about his whole weird seeing ghost things. So he's also kind of, keeping an eye out for maybe someone legit he could talk to.
That, if he's not doing a straight up, like, asking around, that is definitely going to be something you would need to ask around at the Lucian Ray for. Like,
okay.
Yeah. You're not going to find some random dude on the street able to do that, or if you are, they're not gonna, like, I'm a powerful mage, you're not gonna brag about that, like, just in case.
Okay. Yeah, so if looking for information on those rumors don't really pan out, then he is... I guess he'll turn to William and ask, well, have you gotten tired of my company yet?
Oh, not quite yet, love. Sure, we can find something else to do.
Well, I was really hoping to find a bit more of use out here.
It's just day one. I'm sure this takes time. Sometimes these things take weeks. I just expect to get answers right away.
I suppose.
Especially a city this big. Come on, love. Let's go find some place to sit. Find a bench at least. Sure your feet are hurting.
I suppose we have been doing a lot of walking. I do think I saw a nice a bakery a short ways back. I'm sure we can find someone to sit around there.
Yes. Yes, I saw that stall that had those round iced cakes. Get a couple of slices of that.
Yes, we should absolutely give that a try. I don't know if you can tell yet, but I've always had something of a sweet tooth.
And you head over and it looks like those... So cake is very expensive. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Like, it's looking like they're gonna be about... Each slice is gonna run you 25 copper, so 5 silver for 2.
Alright, well, Frey did promise he was paying, so he will hand over that 5 silver.
Okay. And, you guys sit on the bench and enjoy a lovely slice of cake. It is a very sweet, like, it's a very high sugar icing. Like, it is very high in sugar and just very sweet. Like, you can feel it going down. But fresh bread, fresh cake, fresh cake. Can't beat it. And, meanwhile, who haven't we heard from in a while? What's Rohan and Mira doing? They spent a couple hours shopping, but they still have a lot of the day left.
Yeah, we went to the Scholars Board room to see if we can track down probably Thaddeus or Loise. See if we can ask them about records.
Alright, one moment. So you head back towards the hallway that had the... I like how you just came back to the scene of the crime, proverbially. And, the doors are mostly shut. You can hear lectures going on in some of the lecture halls. But, as you are heading down, you, don't see Thaddeus or, Professor Renya anywhere, but you can see Professor Willis talking with a woman in the hallway. A woman you don't recognize, hair kind of very long, slightly gray, she's maybe in her 50s, in a very fancy, complicated looking, like, she's got multiple braids, but then all of it is also in a very fancy bun. And then she has a set of jewels surrounding the bun as well. And she just kind of looks over and... well, of course, these must be yours, Willis. I'll be going. And Willis turns and... So what exactly is going on? You work for Bird, but then you don't work for Bird.
Yes. Well, just wasn't interested in doing the kind of thing that he wanted me to do. I guess I kind of fell into it yesterday, but having taken some time to think about it, I decided better of it. But we're actually here for something a little different. I was wondering if maybe you could point us in the right direction. I'll look at Mira so she can explain for herself.
Well, I think my father might have been a professor here, but I'm not sure. I thought maybe if we could look at some sort of records.
Well, the records certainly aren't going to be open for just anyone to look at, but
No.
I can certainly ask one of my assistants to look for you. Assuming that all of this bird nonsense is beyond us now.
Yes. We've already turned him down.
Lovely, then, what's his name? I could ask one of my assistants to look.
Silas Tyrell.
Tyrell. Is he a professor?
I'm really not sure. Recently, I suppose it occurred to me that I didn't know very much about him. And I just want to learn anything that I can. I'm not sure that he was, but I had something said to me that made me think maybe.
He gives a nod. I'll ask one of my assistants to see if they can find anything on a Tyrell.
Thank you.
See if we can hopefully find any information. Anything at all you can tell us. Maybe a professor. Maybe a student, researcher. Bright?
I don't know. I was, adopted later in his life.
Well, Silas Tyrell, I'll look into it. I'll see.
Thank you.
Right.
Probably going to be a while. We're staying at the vehicle estate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'll have one of my assistants run by with any information either this evening or in the morning.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Right. I guess we will leave you to it. We'll head back to the estate, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything else we need to do at the moment.
Alright. So, Garrett, after hours and hours of research alongside Viv, like you had never been gone, eventually it is Rohan and Mira who first arrive back to debrief on what has happened. Though I guess, given that Garrett, you and Rohan share the earrings, that's kind of already done.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there anything else immediately you guys need to go over, talk about, or otherwise?
Not particularly. I
probably
do.
not.
I do have a question about the size of the explosive barrels. Like, were they large? Were they small?
They seemed, like, they weren't, like, full-on kegs. They were probably about...
Like pony kegs?
let me see what the hell a pony keg is. I'm gonna say they're about I'd say 2.5, 3 feet tall.
Okay. How many feet wide?
Diameter's looking like about... You know, like, if you scaled down a keg so that... So, you know, they're wider at the middle than at the...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, just because a keg's 2 feet wide, but 30 feet, 2 feet tall, but 30 feet wide, like it's still. No, obviously you can't really, but I'm just like thinking, how do you smuggle 12 2-foot tall kegs into a building, That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, no, that's kind of it.
All right. Otherwise, Strieg.
Yeah.
After seemingly having avoided what had happened, were you going to be making your way back to the the estate?
Yes.
All right. So next back would be probably an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours later. It would be Shrieg who comes back with a bit of a limp. It's definitely not as bad as it was. Like, it's obviously something you can walk off, but like, it definitely is obvious that you hurt yourself during your run.
My run that no one knows about. And at this point, Frey and Will are not yet, correct?
No, they are not back yet, no. Frey and
Okay.
Bill Abney are still out.
Got it.
Anything else you need to go over? Like, the rest of you, as you are going over everything, seeing what plans may be?
What happened to you?
Jumped off of a roof? A little?
She looks confused and concerned.
Why?
There were a lot of guards chasing me.
Why?
Because I was following someone that was following Frey.
Okay. That's interesting.
That's what I thought. But then when I tried to figure out where she was going, she went and talked to a guard. So I didn't figure out where she was going or why she was following them.
Do you know anything about her?
I mean, I know what she looks like, that she was writing notes in a little... I mean, I guess she was writing in a little book. She could have been drawing pictures. I don't know. But she was following them for a while.
Strange. Wonder why someone would do that.
I mean, Frey isn't exactly, sneaky?
No. But, I mean, he hasn't done anything suspicious, right?
I mean, he was kind of walking around close to what you might say is the shady part of town, asking everyone about possibly the criminal underlord that we're chasing and the magic face-stealing guy.
Oh, so maybe he was too obvious about it or something?
Maybe. Just a thought. Someone definitely missed.
Oh, I guess we'll have to wait for them to come back.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you survive jumping off a roof.
Oh, I've jumped off higher roofs.
I'm glad you survived those too.
Again,
Thanks.
confused and concerned.
Hey, Streak, flip this coin.
Why?
Just do it.
I shoot a very confused look between him and Mira.
It's harmless.
That's not... I don't think flipping a coin would be harmful.
Exactly.
Is this another bet?
It's not a bet.
I reluctantly take the coin. You guys are being really weird.
Obviously, Mira wouldn't let me do anything that would mess with you.
It's just for fun.
I flip the coin.
And as it reaches its peak, finally rotating, you hear echoing from the coin itself.
As it comes down, I smack it as hard as possible away from me.
As you do, it goes flying and it rotates again, and you hear it as it hits the ground.
What the fuck is that?
I know, right?
I
Why
pick up
did
that.
it do that?
Can I pick up that coin and try to roll it between my fingers?
Yeah. You kind of roll it between your fingers, nothing happens.
Okay, so it doesn't. So even though it flips over from finger to finger, it doesn't.
No?
I flick it back towards Rohan.
Like, flick it? Like, flipping
Yeah,
it?
like.
And there it is again.
Like,
I catch it out of the air.
that is interesting.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I got a couple of other very dumb things too. I do a little show and tell of the echoing bell and the dancing candle.
The chucklefish. Where do I know chucklefish from?
Don't worry about it. Remember, the rule.
Right,
Don't look at
later,
chat while
yeah.
you're gaming.
Yep.
Yeah. I do look at Garrett I do think that the coin plus the bell, there might be something there. I haven't thought about it too much yet, but I feel
You
like
spend
probably
money
screwed.
on this?
Yeah, it was, a fair amount. I was gonna say not that much, but it wasn't nothing. I think you will appreciate the quill though, and I do show the quill. It does the everything it writes disappears after 5 or 6 minutes, which I think that could be useful.
You are saying this to me.
Yeah. You don't write stuff, but I'm saying, you can imagine that getting somebody to enter a contract with you in exchange for some goods, and then walking away and then realizing that the contract is completely unenforceable because it disappears 5 minutes later is that could be useful.
Mira looks less enthused about this option.
Streak just looks so done with Rohan shit.
Okay. Fine. Rohan looks sad, and then he flips the coin again and then starts laughing again.
I'm gonna shoot that goddamn thing out of the air.
So fucking stupid.
truly the best thing you've purchased.
I feel like I'm gonna use it mostly to fuck with Robert. Just like flip it so much that you just...
I can do that
You
for
just
3
on
hours
command.
straight.
On command have to go, ooh.
I hate it.
I was waiting for him to make a button that plays that sound, so he doesn't have to say anything.
I just record it once, I never have to do it again!
Put it in the little Discord soundboard.
I have that muted.
Yeah, no, I'd have to use the Foundry one.
Wow.
Anyway, so,
Yes.
with that, Frey, what else does your evening consist of?
What time is it at this point after they've finished having their dessert?
Sunset-ish, like 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay. Well, he did promise to do that sketch, so I think at this point he would probably want to head back to Garrett's place, because he's not carrying around all his stuff, including his sketchbook.
Alright. So back to Garrett's place we go. Where, everyone has officially reconvened. You are the last one back after your day of journeys.
Did William come back with me?
Yeah, he needs a sketch. You can't leave without it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I was gonna, like, deliver it to him.
Hey, he's got no orders right now.
Alright. So Frey, I think, walks in looking quite relaxed. Unaware of the exciting day that Strieg had. Is everyone just, like, hanging out in, like, a sitting area or something, or...?
Yeah, we're probably in a sitting room.
Okay. Yeah, well, Frey will walk in, just... I see you're all back for the evening?
Yes. Hello?
I see you're still alive.
Was that a concern of yours?
You know, when you're being followed by someone who seems to be taking notes, it's a little, it's not comforting.
Frey...
Did you know you had a tail?
Frey furrows his brow and shakes his head. No, I didn't notice anyone. When and where?
Quite a bit of the afternoon. In, fuck, what was that place called? I don't know, where all the shops were.
Oh, you were in, Newtown Commons.
Yeah, that place.
We're just the Commons, yeah.
That was William was accompanying me, and I was trying to drum up some information on MacBraonan, or this Blakely character he's after.
Well, you certainly caught someone's eye.
Oh.
Do you know who it was?
Just a woman. I tried to follow her, but she saw me.
Could it have been Rachel Blakesley? Right? That was the name? Rachel Blake. Why do I suck at names so bad? Whatever her name was.
Rashiel Blakely was the name.
Rashiel
Yeah.
Blakely. Was close. I was close.
Oh, you were.
I mean, we only have a name, no idea what she even looks like or where she might be found.
All I
well-
know is someone was real interested in what you were talking about.
Huh, and here I thought I was being rather subtle, though it is hard to be subtle when all you have is a name to ask about. Why didn't you tell me then?
I mean, you were kind of good bait, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm happy to be of service.
I mean, it's not like you died. I was there if it had gone bad.
Well, I suppose that's a relief compared to the last time somebody. And he kind of just shakes his head a little. Well, if we did catch somebody's attention, then maybe they do know MacBraonan or Blakely. Though I'm not really sure where to go with that now. I mean, unfortunately, my asking around, I didn't really find anything in particular. Oh, but I had promised William a sketch, so and he gives a small smile. Excuse me a moment.
Why, of course. And William runs over to a chair and immediately just, like, crosses his legs and starts posing.
The sketch for your work.
I could give them both love. You know.
Well, if you insist. And Frey will head to his room to collect his things. His sketch pad and his charcoals.
Is this what we're doing now?
I guess so.
Amazing.
He'll do portraits of all of you if you'd like.
Sure.
Alright. So... anything else you guys wish to do over the course of this day?
Frey is going to just first do that portrait of MacBraonan to give to William, and then he will do a sketch of William as well.
Oh.
I mean, I'll fill in Frey and Streeg about what we kind of found out about the explosion. That there's basically something, seems like there's something fishy going on with one of the guards, where the amount of detail wasn't there compared to the rest of the information that the guards were recording. So something doesn't seem right about it, almost like maybe they were trying to hide something, or maybe they were just lazy, but it at least gives us something to look at.
Is Garrett sharing that in front of William?
Yeah, sure, why not? He can be I don't see why he wouldn't be part of it.
And this is one of the ducal guards.
Yes, one of the ducal guards by the name of Amos Bennett. Probably don't know him because he was based here and you were based, you know, further south.
Abney just kind of, no, never heard of him, but if he's being right pissed, then we should go talk to him. Well, I guess you should. I probably shouldn't be doing any internal investigations on account of I don't even have any orders right now.
I understand that. Do you have somewhere to stay? The rest of us are staying here.
Oh yeah, I'm staying at the barracks of Bastion right now.
Alright, well, if you want, you are, of course, welcome to stay here at, you know, my place with everyone else. Certainly not a problem if you want to stay with us to help keep in touch with what's going on, especially about, well, you're kind of more with us for the whole Ozzy thing, but either way.
Maybe eventually, but still under orders right now.
Okay. Are you under orders, or do you not have orders?
I don't have orders, which is also being under orders.
Yep, I get that.
Like, I'm fine not doing anything, but by doing something, I am then disobeying orders.
Right, exactly. No, I was a brigadesman. I get it.
Well, I don't get it. I mean, why stay in the barracks if you have a perfectly good place that's still local?
Because what if there's a riot and they need all hands on deck and I'm sleeping?
While a riot is highly unlikely, here he does have a point where, if for whatever reason they did need to get a hold of him, if he's not at the barracks, it makes it that much harder to get a hold of all the guardsmen.
All right.
But I understand it. You're welcome to stay here if you're in a position where you can. But I do understand if you need to stay at the barracks.
Which I don't have to for now, but you know, I got time for one. And at this point, he does like a long stretch and like kicks his legs up. One more portrait.
I think he's asking for a portrait of himself, Frey.
Didn't Frey already do a portrait of him?
Oh, I was assuming this was after the first one was done. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, Frey will,
Yeah, okay, so... Alright. That's fine, then. You guys... finish up with portraits. He's eventually going to be heading back. If there's anyone else you need to talk to, anything else you need to do, the night is yours.
Was that tattoo artist coming over tonight?
That was the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, yes, that was dinner.
Hang out and see if she
has
shows
she come
up.
over?
Haven't heard from her yet.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think tonight.
I've had a busy day exploring the city. At least, well, one part of the city. There's still much more city. I suppose I will... Well, would anybody else like sketches while I have my things out?
Sure. Won't say no to that.
Alright then. And yeah, Frey, I guess we'll spend the next while doing sketches for anybody who would like one.
Oh, all right. A
Could
couple of hours.
he try to do one from description?
Yes, he could.
Mira will try to describe her father as she remembers him.
Oh. Yeah, Frey will... And, like, as he's doing it, like, with the others, obviously, he kind of, doesn't really show them until it's done, but with Mira, as, she's giving the description, he will show it to her every step of the way, making small changes here or there.
Obviously, without a point of reference, it is not perfect by any means. But Mira, it genuinely does look at least kind of like your father.
Mira says thank you. And looks like she has mixed emotions, but definitely a lot of gratitude.
Frey, just puts a hand on her shoulder a moment. Oh, I hope it'll help a little bit.
We might hear something. Maybe. If he really was at the Lucian Ray. That was one of the things we went and did today.
Do you know when you might hear back?
Not really sure. Maybe tomorrow, but maybe not. If there are any records, at least.
Well, if there are any records, I'm sure they'll be found here. The Lucian Ray strikes me as a place very, detail-oriented from at least the wealth of information that Rohan had retrieved last night.
Yes, that was interesting. I wish I could go there without being more worried about being found out. It seems like a very interesting place. There are a lot of books. But thank you. Genuinely. After the fire, there was really nothing left, so I didn't have any portraits to remember him by.
Of course, anything I can do to help. But hopefully you won't need portraits in the future, and we'll find him wherever he might be.
I hope so.
As you guys are speaking, there is an announcement that the good lady Anastasia Elise Mathilde Chabert has arrived. She is wearing a much simpler and less complicated dress than last time, still wearing gloves, and still has what seems like a fancy circlet on her head, and her hair still tied up. And she just... Oh, it is lovely to have been invited back. I was expecting something a bit more formal with the invitation. Just as general, but... What is it I can help you all with? You needed me.
Yes, Stacia. Frey was looking to talk to you about a couple things, and I think Rohan may have been interested in getting a piece done.
No, I think like if I'm around, I'm like, no, don't worry about it.
Or
it's-
or maybe a group piece type thing. We're still discussing that, but I do know Frey definitely was looking to talk to you about something. They didn't specify it.
Oh, don't make it sound so formal. I was just. Oh, you left quite the impact on me last night, and well, I was hoping that I might be able to just speak with you more. You are a very fascinating person.
Oh, well, if you were looking to speak with me, I mean,
Is William still here?
I was assuming he had left by now.
Okay. Poor William gonna get his heart broke.
If you were looking to speak with me, if you wanted something more private, perhaps a personal job done, I mean, you can always head to my house. You don't need to interrupt the lovely vehicles.
Oh, no, not at all. I thought it might be nice to spend a relaxing, casual evening with friends.
I'm not offended by anything casual, of course. But with friends, that's not... She claps her hands together. Of course, whatever you want. I'm... For Mr. Viaco's friends, I am an open book.
Ah, wonderful. Auntie Garrett told me that, well, you were the place to go for some wonderful gossip, and I have always enjoyed learning about the people and places, and I thought, what better way to get to know Artaviste?
Well, I would say, at this point, she walks over towards you and just, puts a hand on your shoulder. The best way to learn about lovely Artaviste is to see it. I could show you everything. Tonight, if you'd like.
Oh, well, what do you all say? And he'll look around at the others. Anybody else interested in a night on the town?
Can we get a sense of if
You don't need to roll to get a sense of this one.
Frey is also very much aware of that, which is also why he is extending this invitation.
Is this an intentional, hey, she's meaning one thing that I'm not meaning, so I want y'all to come with? Or is this, we're being polite and extending the invitation, but y'all need to stay away?
This is more of the former.
I think
He
Rohan clocking this is very intentionally gonna be like, you know what, Frey, why don't you go with her and you can report back to us?
Frey will give you a smile and says, of course then.
And at this point, Viv, I would love to go with you, but unfortunately, I'm not much for walking, and, well, Gerrit and I have some catching up to do on some other things to see around the city.
Rohan's gonna flip the coin with, a deadly serious face just so that he, his way of laughing without, breaking his straight face.
And there it goes.
Yeah.
Frey just kind of stares at Rohan what was that just now? I think this is
Frey wasn't here when we flipped the coin.
Nope, he was not.
I'm just oh, I got a new thing. And then I flip it again.
You and your trinkets.
I know.
They are exhausting. Did you know that?
I sure did. That's why I get them.
Well then. Where shall we go? And he'll turn back to Anastasia. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that we could start at my estate up to the west, and, well, from there we could just go around the world. The city, sorry.
Yeah. I've had, admittedly, quite enough of traveling the world lately, so local sounds lovely.
She's not quite giddy, but is very much obviously up in spirits after her less than enthusiastic entrance. And,
What?
with that, anyone else tagging in to try and save Frey, or?
I mean, Frey could save himself. It's fine. He's handled this before. It'll be fine.
I'm spoken for. Viv has things to do with Garrett, so down to Mira or Streeg.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
So Frey.
All right, and with a silent Mira, it looks like it's just gonna be Frey and Stasia.
My mic was muted. Did he want to be saved?
Frey
Extended the offer.
Frey is perfectly fine with going on this outing with her. He does not feel like he needs to be saved. But it would definitely be easier if there was company, but he doesn't really he doesn't feel like he needs it.
Well, I don't know how much fun I'll be, but maybe it might be nice to learn some of the things that Frey likes to learn about.
Frey's looking.
The rest
go
of you
ahead.
notice at this point Stasia's mouth just hanging wide open. She doesn't have any words at this point.
Why?
So looking at Mira, can Frey tell that, does it seem like she doesn't want to go?
Well, right now she's just confused why she's getting this look.
Why she's getting the look from Stasia?
Yeah. Obviously they didn't get off to the best foot the other night. But Mira's nice. She'll try again.
Yeah, Stasia's great getting off out of their foot.
I mean, it was Zane was the one who was the big, obnoxious one.
If you wish to join, there's plenty that I'm sure you can learn. You seem like you're good at learning, right, Miss Mira?
Yes? She's suddenly a lot less sure of herself.
Stasia comes over and just starts rubbing on her shoulders. Oh, it'll be fine. Just relax.
Okay.
How is Mira looking right now?
Not get
She's looking very confused.
Oh my god, I feel lightheaded. I did not get that until just now.
Stasia's reading nothing but euphemisms from everything the fucking Mira says.
It might be nice to learn some of the things that Frey knows is very funny.
She was talking about gossip!
We know, but she doesn't.
Frey will say, "Oh, Mir, if you don't want to stay out too late, it's all right. Don't feel obligated."
Yeah, we can always just go straight in.
I thought we were going out?
If you don't want to stay out late.
She's just looking around at everyone for, like, help right now. She has no idea what's going on.
I think Rohan is gonna walk over to Mira and like very quietly whisper in her. Is Stacia still like right next to her?
Yes, she is.
Damn it. I'll be like, give us just a moment, and I'm gonna like drag Mira away, like just to, like for like somewhere else in the room.
Okay.
Just be like, she's being euphemistic. She is interested in Frey romantically, and she thinks that you are also interested in both of them romantically now.
What?
Yeah, I mean, if you are, that's fine, but you know, that's what's happening. So
No? I was just talking about
I know.
killing... Mira, like, abruptly gets up and leaves the room.
Oh no.
Very flustered.
Oh no, now it looks like I convinced you to leave.
Stacia turns back to you for a, well, let's go then. Still the two of us.
Oh, all right then. I suppose, and he looks at the rest of you all. Oh, have a nice evening.
Yeah.
I'll see you all tomorrow morning, I suppose. Or tomorrow afternoon, maybe?
Stacia perks up more.
See.
I hate Garrett's friends, but I do love having him around. I gotta
That's how I
They're
feel about
right.
Alex.
Okay, alright.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
That is the funniest. That is the funniest thing ever.
So, as Frey and Stacia head out, the rest of you staying in for the rest of the night. It is probably 8, 9 o'clock, maybe a little bit later. It's after dark, but not very much. When you all say your goodbyes to Frey and Stacia, you begin to wind down. Frey, is the intention to actually get as much gossip as possible out of her?
Yes, it absolutely is. He also would like to get to know her as well.
Alright. Give me a charisma convince to see how well Frey can steer this conversation towards what he wants.
Okay.
Right, it's Frey. This is a convince check. So, for the most part, Stacia is hanging off of your arm and just kind of, you know, anything you say, she's just immediately in agreement. But the more you probe about rumors, information about the city, is there anything specific that you're looking for, or just...
At this point, he's really just kind of looking for people to know, recent events. He kind of wants to know, like, where to go to find, you know, certain types of people, what are, like, you know, the highlights of different districts. He wants to know what, like, the social circles are, basically.
Alright. For the most part, her social circles consist of meeting rich people at parties and convincing them that they need new tattoos.
Okay.
Okay. There are, like, it is some of the most complicated shit as far as who knows who likes who, all this other stuff. Like, you would need a entire military logistics team to be able to begin to parse it all. And she doesn't even seem to understand it that much. Like, after a little while, she probably just, like, stops and just puts her hands on her shoulders and... Look, Mr. Frey, there's so much that... I don't know. I'm sorry, I go to the parties, I love dressing up, I love seeing everyone, but that's my work. What it comes down to is what I am. Most myself, it is sitting at home with someone else beautiful, drinking a beer and taking my clothes off, not putting more on.
Ray, he gives her a small smile. Oh, of course, I don't want to spend all evening talking only about work. It was true what I said before. That's, well, I'd like to... You seem like a very fascinating woman, and I'd like to get to know you more.
I wish I was
Maybe.
as interesting as you seem to think I am. There's a reason that I don't go to these parties and soirees and talk to everyone all the time. It's work. I love my friends, Garrett and Zane, and even Cornelius and Marcus. They ground me in a way I am not most of the time. Before I had my friends, I didn't know who I was. I thought I enjoyed all of this. And she kind of gives a shrug. Now, well, do not take this the wrong way, but you are one of the first and most beautiful people I've seen who seemed to show no interest in me when first we met. Normally people are all over me. Who are you? How much to do a tattoo? How beautiful you are? And I feel like I am who most people... She pauses. I am who I see most people as.
Well, for me, I've always enjoyed getting to know people, getting to understand who they are beneath the face they put on, beneath the sight of the intricacies of the courts, the societal expectations, the circles of intrigue. And as you get to see a glimpse of, at least, though it was more for entertainment last night than what I offer people. I also like to help guide them, help them find their way through life, find answers to those questions of who they are, who they can be, path their lives can take.
So how about I make a deal? I want to know. I will do your... If you wish any tattoos, any work done, I will do it for you. You just tell me what my future consists of. What paths do my knight have before me?
He gives her a small smile, and he will place a hand over hers Of course, I'll see what your soul holds, what the spirits say. And I do hope that we can be friends after all is said and done. I know that you had certain hopes when we came out here tonight, but sadly my personal proclivities lie elsewhere. But I hope that's not such a terrible thing for you.
Not at all, though a little bit of being more forward about it would not have been without merit.
Apologies. You do have a point, and I have a terrible habit of dancing around words.
It's alright. Does that mean that, Smira is open, though? Or are you and she...
Oh, no, I don't think Amira quite grasped what you were thinking of.
So I should be more open with her. I understand, thank you.
Perhaps not too bluntly, though.
I know just how much pressure to apply. Don't worry. And she gives a nod, and she just seems to be enjoying your company. You masterfully have kept her at both arm's length and yet around yours. And she discusses as much as she can any details that she has, though her mind drifts back to how, like, she seems to have no problem admitting to you just how frustrated she is with the city, the culture around it, that deep down she does seem to just want to be more like Garrett and just not care and eat food with her hands and drink beer and be lazy. But there's so much more expected of her in this life that she leads that she doesn't really get that. As your discussions continue, you have a night of unending knowledge, and though some of it is missing and fragmented, do learn some about the social politics of Artaviste. The rest of the party having a very comfortable and lovely night in the unendingly comfortable and lovely beds of the many guest rooms of the unendingly comfortable and lovely world of Artaviste. As another night turns, another day ends, and things push ever forward. Questions being risen, a world being revealed, and hopefully questions being answered as you move forward. We will go ahead and end tonight's session. Another one in the books.
Yay.
All right.
What a lovely, lovely session.
Absolutely.
I was on the edge of my seat for Strieg's chase scene.
Street
my
having
God,
a
that
chase
was
scene in the middle
so
of that session.
fun.
I was ready for Street to
was-
get captured.
Yeah.
So was I.
Like, choosing, like, she knew you were following him, so she waited and was, like, pretending to fucking be waiting for something so the guards would have enough time to surround him. But no.
Played me. The player got played.
Yeah, Strieg is not the only one.
God, that
God.
was so fun.
God, just in the middle of it. And Frey just didn't know about any of it.
He was totally oblivious.
God, I miss back when everyone just flirted with Strieg. Then Frey showed up and stole all his thunder.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
God.
Krieg.
Streak hated it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Garrett's too old and obviously married. Like,
Yep.
everyone's just like, that's not gonna work. That man doesn't even use the right fork.
Exactly. Or any forks.
And then you got Rohan, who's busy with his creepy fucking magic items. Like, I don't want to go within 10 feet of the guy with the coin.
Oh my god.
And Chucklefish, they made originally they were producing Stardew Valley
They did Starbound as well. Yeah.
and Starbound.
That was like that was the original like splash sound that they used. It's the most creepy and annoying thing on the fucking planet.
But then they got in trouble.
And I know they changed it. I thought it was just because they hated it. But-
Nah, so 2 years back.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant for the laugh. No, I remember about the
No.
I remember about the they hired and then didn't pay a bunch of miners.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, but no, the old fucking chuckle used to kill me. I could do that the rest of my fucking life, just every goddamn day, just.
But yeah, no, it was like as soon as you did that, I'm like, I know that from somewhere.
It's so awful. It's so awful. Oh. Well,
That was great timing.
great timing for Edarsh to lose power, and great timing for us to say goodbye until next week.
Yep.
All right. Have a good
What a
night.
lovely session. We'll see what happens next week. I'm excited. You guys have some stuff to do.
Me
Yes,
too.
we do.
Yeah, we do.